It's my humble request to all the speakers, if they want to update their presentation, please update here. If they want to update their presentation, please update here. A very warm good morning to all. Now we are entering our third and last session of the day. बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करो, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर की तलाश करो. टूट जाता है शीशा पत्थर की चोट से, टूट जाए पत्थर ऐसे शीशे की तलाश करो. A very warm good morning to all dignitaries, guests, delegates. I am Dr. Pooja Rana, planner USDMA. It gives me immense pleasure to extend you a very warm welcome on the behalf of the Disaster Management Department of Uttarakhand, who has clubbed all of us for the International Conclave on the use of advanced technology in the disaster management. As we all know that the early warning system can only save lives, protect livelihood if they incorporate clear roles, responsibility and coordination mechanism for action. The overall success of the early warning system ultimately depends on the ability to translate warnings and particularly impact-based forecast into prevention and mitigation measures for all the affected peoples, including hard-to-reach communities. Ensure every person on the earth protected by early warning. Therefore, we require collaborations of across all the potential data providers, sector experts, media, and two-way communication services, decision makers, and the end user. Thank you all for the participation on this conclave. Now, we are entering our third technical session of the today, which is based on communication and warning. The chairperson of the technical session, Mr. Saurabh Basu, the group leader from Center for Development of Telematics. He is expert in geointelligence software solution, disaster early warning system, cyber security. Sir, may I request you to kindly occupy the chair and dais. The co-chair of the person, will be Mr. Ronald Daniel. Sir, please have your chair. His experience, having 25 years experience in high-tech industries, especially in the area of mobile technology and media, and he is having several patents. Now, I would like to invite all the speakers of the session. Please occupy the chair on the dais. Mr. Kshitiz Goel, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a great opportunity to listen to words from a great speaker, Mr. Saurabh Basu, C-Dot, on CAP integration system. Sir, I would like to invite you on the main stage and please also proceed the session.
Very good morning, everyone. So, after previous two sessions on how we get to know about the impending disasters, how quick we get trigger to identify, to get prediction of any disaster going to happen. Now we come to the final session. How this information can be disseminated and reach out to the last mile citizens. So, in this regard, my topic is Common Alerting Based Integrated Alert System, which we are implementing for National Disaster Management Authority funded by central government. So this is the project where we have developed an integrated alert system and integrating various media in a single common platform through which alert can be disseminated and reach out to the last mile citizens in various modes. Now, before going to my presentation, I will like to shortly talk about my organization. So all my team know about the C-Dot. So C-Dot is a premium R&D center of Ministry of Telecom. So basically, we develop technologies, telecom technologies. We are presently deploying our 4G, 5G technologies, our BSN and other technologies. We are also in disaster things that we are implementing for presently for USDMA. So now I'm coming to my presentation. So we all need to know what is the key fact of emergency alerting. So first of the thing, what is the event? So how we need to be, so what alert information we need to trigger and to disseminate among the citizens, and is it going to be to the targeted audience, or it should be generalized, or it should be only to the first responders? That is very crucial, because every information, if we don't have that much lead time, and if we are sending to common citizens, it may also create panic among the common public. Now, what is the actionable item? If I am giving earthquake has happened, just like yesterday evening we have felt a tremor, but we keep seeing each other, what action to be taken? It took never around 30 seconds to decide we should move the hotel, we should go downstairs, it's actually tremor or not, it's actually earthquake or not. So it takes lot of time, so we miss the golden period to survive ourselves. So what is the actionable item, and creating public awareness through the proper early warning is very essential part of the end-mile dissemination or alerting among the large citizens. Now, apart from that, the information we are disseminating among the citizens, that must be understandable. The common people should understand about what information, what action to be taken, what is the severity, and how likely, so that the trust about the alert. So, if you are frequently keep giving alerting, so the people may lose interest when actually they have to act upon. So for that, we propose a standardized multimodal approach. So that whatever the dissemination technology, the geo-targeted mechanism, communication mode for dissemination of early warning we are implementing, it should be multimodal. So it should support multi-hazards, it should support multi-phased. It can be sent pre-disaster, during disaster, even post-disasters. And most importantly, country like India, where 22 official languages is there, in every 100 change of every 100 miles, the language changes. So our technology should support all multilinguality. It should be voice-based, it should be text-based, based upon the socio-economic strata of our society. So this must need to be addressed. And moreover to that, multi-technology. Because disaster, based upon disaster and lead time, we cannot directly rely upon one technology. Depending upon terrain, depending upon the network situation, maybe there may be huge congestion, SMS may not work, cell broadcast may work. Maybe telecom infrastructure, telephone signal is not present at the last mile, then we have to depend on the satellite. Now in the evening hours, when mostly we are on or returning back from office, we mostly don't use mobile phones. We keep the mobile phone aside, and we all prefer nowadays. And we prefer to spend our time watching TVs or all. So broadcasting media. So what time we are triggering the alerts? That is one of the most important thing. And the young generation on unprecedented growth in the internet consuming across the India. So we also need to integrate the social media, the internet users. So, and moreover to that, multi-stakeholders. So that I have already told. So which kind of information to be reached to the which kind of people. So what if I am sending a message to the last mile citizens, which kind of some separate message need to send to my NDRF and SDRF team. They need to prepare themselves for recovery and restoration process. So in this regard, we have implemented CAP integrated alert system named Sachet for National Disaster Management Authority. It integrates cyclone, tsunami, heavy rain, flood, avalanche, lightning, forest fire. So it's integrated all alert generating agencies from IMD, Central Water Commission, Defense Geo Research Establishment, INCOIS, who is responsible for giving tsunami and ocean related alerts. And this system is already operational in 36 states and union territories. Presently, we have operationalized the SMS service. Recently, USDMA also operationalized the mobile app and national portal, and Gagan Navik, the satellite system. Just 2 weeks back, during national NPDRR event happened in 10th and 11th of this month. And moreover to that, this whole ecosystem is capable of multi-medium alert delivery, so that we should ensure redundancy at the time of disaster scenario. It supports 90 language. So thing is that if you talk about the mobile users, we can reach out to them to cell broadcast, to SMS. So for cell broadcast, we are also very advanced stage of integrating cell broadcast and deploying cell broadcast in pan-India level. For radio television, we have done the field trial and it will be shortly implemented and operationalized across the thing. Even during Cyclone Mandos, we have disseminated broadcasting, cyclone-related warning over the televisions also. We are also integrating Indian Railways, and most importantly, where the terrestrial coverage is not there, maybe the deep seas, maybe the top terrain of the Himalayas, the satellite cover is there. So Indian satellites, we are working with ISRO. We are integrating Navic and Gagan receivers through which we can send the message to the Gagan and Navic receiver through the mobile app. And also for the mobile user, there is a mobile app, there is a browser notification things. We are also working with Google so that alert can be pushed in the Google Maps, Google Alerts. We are also working with Google. Joint working bodies has been formed, and we are working with that for integrating SEC alerts in these things. Now, what is the benefit? So I have already told that having a benefit of geo-targeting, and it's not only that, it's doing end-to-end automation. With a single click, you can deliver the message over multiple medium. You not to for clicking for dissemination over siren, you need to click another. You need to use another system for dissemination over cell broadcast. You need to have another system for triggering to radio. You have to have another system. No. So, though we lately understand, but importance of standardization and interoperability, we all understood that every system has to be interoperable. Every system has to follow some standardization. In this regard, we have adopted global standard common analytic protocol, which has been accepted and adopted across the world, so that if some not the designated, if IMD cannot give all a warning and all accurate and precise warning, but if some local sensors are having developed and implementing in state level or some part of the country, so that can also be integrated in the system. So we are creating an open ecosystem. We are providing an open platform to come and integrate and save the life. Moreover to that, this technology presently support 19 languages of India. And it's, as I told, that it's not only the regular terrestrial coverage, it also integrate with the satellite media also. But also ensuring there should be a distinct tone, so that distinct tone will bring the attention of the end user, so that there is something specific alert, which is not possible to only through SMS, but through cell broadcast, through TV, through radio, through mobile app. We are trying to implement that. And most of the part of the India are having a very famous for tourism. So there are seasonal population and tourists used to come. So the technology what we should deploy, it must cater near real time. It should phase out the subscribers and the target population that caters the tourists and roamers also. And most importantly, that I have already told, it should be interoperable and scalable. So it should not be thinking, could I have integrated IMD, it should be restricted to the IMD or Central Water Commission. So someday some sensors will deploy, we have increased some sensors. So the technology should facilitate to capable of integrating that so that the decision can be taken more wisely, more accurately. Now we have to understand why multimodal, multi-technology is required. Because there are lots of technology, lots of things there in various modes. We can deploy the thing. But we need to understand every disaster having own pros and cons. Own pros and cons, or rather say, comes with their own lead time and own impact area. So just like earthquake, it doesn't give a 5 to 10, 20 seconds lead time to act upon. So whatever the method we should select or method to deliver the mechanism, early warning should reach to the end user within that time, so that they can take necessary measures. Now, if we talk about the cyclone, nowadays India is having a good mechanism to predict cyclone at least 1 week back, their cyclone is forming. And within 24 to 40 hours before they give alert what is actual landfall going to be happen. So we have a good lead time to act upon. But in case of earthquake, landslide, tsunami, we don't have. So we have to select the technology, not only a technology, a combination of technologies for dissemination of alerting should be taken depending upon the lead time and the area. So suppose we have selected, so SMS can be delivered in a geo-targeted manner very quickly if we select that room. But you have to alert 5-6 districts. Then SMS won't be the suitable technology. So like this we have implemented cell broadcast, you have implemented location-based SMS. We are working with cell broadcast. I am giving you a small video. So which we are testing, in this thing, it's having a very low latency. It can reach within within seconds to minutes. It has been tested, but there is some challenges in cell broadcast. I will describe these things in my later slides. Now, NDMA has already launched this app called Sachet. I would request all the audience and all the first responders and state disaster management authority to create awareness among the population to install this app. This app integrates all, there are n number of apps available. So people may not like to install multiple apps, Bookup app, for Lightning, Damini app, for there are n number of apps, Mawsam app. So this app unifiedly integrates all apps and common app has been developed. It gives you alert in your current location as well as the location of your choice. Suppose I am traveling from Delhi to Dehradun. So today I am going to this Dehradun, so I have subscribed the warning for today or 5 days or 3 days. So based upon that I can get also updates of that. And this app is available in both Android and iOS Play Store. I will recommend all of you, I will request all of you to install the app. Use the app, and if you have any suggestions and recommends, please come back to us so that because this app we are developing to facilitate the end users, and this app is available in 12 Indian languages. Now apart from that, we have launched a national disaster alert portal. Till date there is no single window system where you can able to get any weather update, forecast and alerts which is available across pan India. So we have launched this thing in name of sachet.ndma.gov.in. Sachet, if you search in Google Sachet, you will get the thing. So now we have also tested and trial in the broadcasting channels. We have integrated both. The thing is that for radio in India we have both analog receivers and we are migrating to digital receivers. So for analog receivers there is a less opportunity to integrate to make them compliant, but we have designed some interworking systems through which we made this analog system also CAP compliant so that the geo-targeted alert can be disseminated. And DRM system which are presently under deployment scenario, we have requested MOIB to whatever the future technology is going to be implemented in this country should be made CAP compliant so that geo-targeted alerting can be on CAP through CAP XML can be automatically ingested and triggering can be happen within a very few second. Similarly, we have also trial over the DTH and we are also integrating the local cable operator. So Tata Sky we have already tested, we have tested Airtel also, we are working with Dish and Sun Direct and we are also working with the local cable operator. Now so I am focusing a small video how this kind of message will comes into your TV screen agnostic to channel you are watching. So it comes on the top of screen. So you will be able to see what is the warning. It can come in regional language also. But presently that system supports very less number of Indian languages. So we are working with MOIB to enable supports and to increase the word limits. So there is challenge. So working on the challenges. I am not saying this thing is fully ready, it will solve everything, but we are in the right direction towards solving and achieving solving the problem. Now similarly and we are also working with the television operators to ensure some audio message on top of the display. Now for radio, can you give me audio?
कोविड से बचाव के उपाय अपनाएं, जैसा कि आपस में 1 मीटर दूरी बनाए रखें, अपने हाथ बराबर धोएं एवं मास्क पहनें।
So it will cut down the existing broadcasting. It will give a beep sound so that people get an attention. It will play the message, and it will again give a beep sound, and it will restore to the what is the actual broadcasting chain is ongoing. It will revert to that. So again, I'm reiterating the slide. So we are also integrating the NAVIC, the ISRO thing, the ISRO's receiver, NAVIC and Gagan thing. So through which where the normal terrestrial coverage is not there. So presently there is a catch for this end receiver cannot able to read and identify the thing. So we are also working with the ISRO to come up with a single and small size devices. And we are also working with the mobile handset manufacturers through MIT, so that this NAVIC receiver should come with inbuilt in the phones, so that on receiving of this signal over satellite media, no app should require, it should automatically buzz on. And unified structure has been already designed and tested, and it's operational. Similarly, we are integrating railways. So railway public information system, we have been tested in various versions of integrated passenger information system. Even we are also working to integrate coastal sirens. So that why I am saying all this technology is available, but from a single click, from a single platform, it should trigger. So in the crucial hours, in the golden hours, we should not waste our energy and time to operate multiple systems. So this platform giving you a unified platform through which triggering of the dissemination media can happen. So it is already operational. You can see that 51% of districts of Indian districts has already get benefited. Some of the alert has been disseminated over the 51 districts. It supports 19 languages. 500 crores. Even this system has been rigorously using during COVID for dissemination COVID related warning information, for awareness, for vaccination center, for test centers, for distribution of ration. And I can give you one example, just like Haryana uses very intelligently. So some of the passenger was traveling by bus, Haryana to transport bus. So the patient later did found COVID positive. So said just draw and buffer across the highway road and send a message in this bus number dated this time. Some whomsoever is traveled, please go to your nearest COVID center for testing, because some of the passenger found COVID positive. And later date we received a very good appreciation letter from Haryana government also for utility. So this is what I am trying to say. This is just platform. So how intelligently we could use this system, that's we can take n number of benefits out of this system. So this for the future technologies that we are talking about is already tested in the different parts of the country. Cell broadcast we have also tested, the radio also tested, the TV we have tested in multiple places, the railways we have tested. Now we're coming to the most important part, cell broadcast. So why cell broadcast is required? So first, because if we want to disseminate to the larger population in a very small span of time to reaching to the mobile subscriber, cell broadcast is the only viable thing. Now thing is that there lots of benefit. We all know that there is a even the network is congested, it's using the separate channel, so it's override you can handle the network congestion also. it can cater roamers, it can be it is more faster than SMS, it can be geo-targeted, no receiver databases, targeted subscriber filtration is not required. So there are a lot of number of benefits, but at the present there is some challenges is present, and we are working to solve it out these challenges. Now presently the telecom service provider is not capable of cell broad, their network is not ready with cell broadcast, or if their cell broadcasting is there, they are limited for commercial purpose. That is not disaster gate, means you need to send SMS as quick as possible. So if you say, if any TSP is ready of sending cell broadcast in 10 seconds, no. But we need to achieve that. So we are working, not only implementing the cell broadcast, we are going to solve all purpose, but we need to ensure that dissemination of cell broadcast should reach within 10 seconds to the end user. That is the most important thing we need to think about. And we are working on that. We have, and one of the other thing is that cell broadcast, our Indian handsets are not fully equipped with cell broadcast channels. Some of the phone supports, some of the phone handset doesn't support. But challenge is that the user can opt out the cell broadcast channels. So we are working with DOT, Department of Telecommunication, MIT and mobile handset manufacturers, and shortly some gadget note is going to be released that every handset has to be enabled with cell broadcast channel by default. No, there should not be any option to opt out cell broadcast. And not only that, our Honorable Prime Minister desired his interest in this dissemination mode, and he wants that it must come up with the facility of read aloud. And read aloud not only in English, it must be in all Indian languages in Indian accent. We are working in that also under National Language Commission. So to solve these things, CDOT is also working and come up with its own indigenous cell broadcast solutions. So we have also field tested that in Reliance Jio, BSNL and MTNL. We have demonstrated the same thing to our Honorable Prime Minister during IMC, NPDRI, even during NPDRI event with some of our partner and Celtic partner who have a footprint in Airtel and VI. We are able to showcase this thing. Yes, this is the necessary thing and we can work on that. But the optimization thing, we will be working on that and that will be done. So there is a tweet regarding that. DOT made the first indigenous technology. We have deployed our technology Reliance Jio. That is having the 30% subscriber base of the country. The technology has already deployed. Now thing is that enhancing and our Honorable Prime Minister wants this technology to be implemented and operationalized across the country within this year. So there are some things is going on and it will be implemented by end of this year. Hopefully it will be implemented by end of this year. Now, not only that, we have to understand that dissemination is not the end. We need to create the effectiveness of the alerting. So, how to address the language differences. So, when the IMD used to give an alert, they used to say that cyclone with this much of speed going to land on this area. Like normal fishermen, what they will do? They have to give clear instructions, they should venture to sea or not. They have to leave their kacha house and take shelter or not. So, how this language effectiveness can be attained and the understandability of the message and understandability of the message should be also ensured. Now, apart from that, we need to create awareness among the citizens. We are sending SMS, so there are thousands of SMS we are receiving. But most of them we are kept unread in your message box. So creating awareness by this is the channel and this is the mode through which you are going to receive the alert is most important thing. And when you reach this kind of alert and it is of red sign, means you have to evacuate. You have to take shelter. So if it's a lightning alert, you should not stay under any tree. So this kind of thing is there. So we are working on that using AI/ML technology, how AI/ML can help it out in this regard. And false alarm. So if we keep it repeatedly keep alerting people when actually attention is not required and that message being disseminated very repeatedly, then yeah, though you know, we don't know that small thing may impact that area. So the vulnerable map has to be, we need to come up with the vulnerability of that area, and based upon that vulnerability we should trigger that thing. So based upon that, we should not give as much not false alarm, not too much warning so that people may lose interest. So when actual triggering is there, he should not, he may lose interest of this methodology, and he will miss the actual warning when he need to act upon. So in this direct crowdsourcing in another technology, we are also parallelly working on that. We are also working on that in chatbot, which is in Indian languages. So Indian languages chatbot kind of thing. And thing is that we are also, this is the last slide. Yeah. So in this regard, so how we can use the upcoming technology 5G. So we are also working in 5G because we have come up with our own 5G stacks. So in 5G technology, how we can integrate IoT by default. Now whatever we are also producing of set-top box. So we are making our set-top box by default CAP compliant. We are making our IoTs 1M2M standard. We are working with the standardization agencies. So whatever the IoT devices will come in the sector will be by default CAP compliant. So in this regard, we are making contribution in global forum IoTU. So having a specific working group, AI for National Disaster Management. So from India, we are actively contributing in this forum. And moreover to that, this is the way forward. So we should adopt a standardized approach, unified approach. So instead of having so many systems, all systems must have interoperable, should have scalable, and should integrate. And how we could use the upcoming technologies like AI/ML. So AI/ML is not a magic. So it depends upon data sets, how accurate, how frequent data is there. So that AI system may not be give very precise result right now, but down the line, 1 year or 2 years, when you have a good amount of practical data, because the test data sets is not capturing all the practicality. So being a scientist and technologist, I should clearly say that we should not give any false hope to any in such forums. So yes, adoption of AI is very required, but the accuracy of AI and ML technology will take some time. So with this, I will conclude my presentation. Now, the question answer session will be the end of the session. Now I'm calling Mr. Ronan Daniel. So he is domain expert in the cell broadcast technology. He is founder and the CEO of Celtic. So Celtic is having a lot of huge experience in deploying cell broadcast and the emergency early warning system across the world. So now over to Ron.
Thanks very much, Sarah, for the nice welcome. And thanks for SDMA and ICIC for the very nice hospitality in the last 2 days. My name is Ronan Daniel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Until recently, I used to be the CEO of Celtic. And today, I'm heading the warning solution division of Utimaco, a global cybersecurity leader that acquired Celtic less than a year ago. Indeed, I'm going to speak today on cell broadcast. Cell broadcast is a mobile dissemination technology for the people who are located in the AOI when something happens. Cell broadcast has been discussed a lot in the highest levels of the central government, MHA, NDMA, DOT, CDOT, even the PMO office recently, and in many states as well. But, and I guess that most people in the room have already heard about the technology and why it is important for public warning systems. Having said that, I know that there's still a lot of confusion and ambiguity among many people regarding how it actually works and what it takes to deploy it. And in my presentation today, I will try at least to clarify some of the questions that the distinguished audience may have. Okay. It's not connected. Wait. So it doesn't matter. I can talk without the slides. So a few words on the company for those of you who don't know us. So we are a global leader of public warning system, and we are the world's largest provider of cell broadcast. We have been integrating our system in the last 2 years with 5 governments around the world, and we have deployed our cell broadcast center among more than 80 TSPs worldwide. Our systems today broadcast an average of 1,000 alerts per day, and our reach is close to 1 billion users, obviously mainly thanks to India. Okay? Okay. So there's no doubt that cell broadcast is the most popular technology today for public warning systems. And in this map, you can see that how it is trending worldwide. The different shades of blue represent the level of adaptation in certain countries. So actually, it is not a new technology. Cell broadcast was available in the late 90s of the previous century. But it has been started to utilize for public warning system only in 2008, when the US government decided to standardize it and adopt it as the core technology of its public warning system. So today it is deployed across all North America. A few years ago, the EU Parliament has mandated all EU countries to deploy a mobile-based public warning system by the end of 2022. And mobile-based public warning system could be cell broadcast or location-based SMS. And I can tell you today that most of the countries in Europe went for cell broadcast, even though a few of them already had an incumbent location-based SMS already up and running. Before that, besides that, we see that, does it keep moving? No, I will do, thank you. And what we also see, we see that it is trending now in Latin America, Southeast Asia, and certainly India is now on track as well. So while cell broadcast is or public warning systems are very important. There are a lot of countries that cannot afford it. So for their sake, the United Nations has initiated a plan, $3.1 billion plan, which is called Early Warning for All. And among this $3.1 billion, they've allocated $550 million for the dissemination part only. You can see it on the orange part in the pie. So again, they wanted a mobile-based public warning system, and they decided to start with cell broadcast because it can be deployed rapidly, it has a wide coverage, and it's very much cost-effective. So how does this technology works? So there is a CBC, Cell Broadcast Center, that is connected to the TSPs, to the 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. And on the other hand, it is connected to SCBE. CBE is the control and management system that the authorities use in order to manage the events. Now, CBE stands for cell broadcast entity, but in these days it does much more than cell broadcast, because a good public warning system has to have more than one dissemination channel. And authorities want to see want to manage all these channels from a single tool. So today CBEs control and manage alerts also on TV, radio, billboards, sirens, even ATM screens, anything that can be connected. Just to give you an example, we have deployed the public warning system in Qatar towards the FIFA games a few months ago, and now the authorities in Qatar want us to connect the sub-water system also to the PA systems in the mosques in order to increase coverage. So everything that can be connected eventually will be connected. The CBE is also connected to the sensors. There could be different sensors. Every country has its own vulnerabilities. So there are earthquake sensors, flood sensors, tsunami sensors, cyclone sensors. A good CBE should be able to be connected to all of them. And as Sarah Basu said, there is a common alerting protocol that's a unified or uniform protocol that is being used all over the place. Yes, it's a vague protocol, you have to customize it, you have to adapt it, but that's a protocol that is now agreed by everyone in this domain. So a good CBE will be connected to sensors and then to the CBCs. Now, how to, there are several ways to activate alerts. So the traditional way is that there is an officer who sees the map, draws a polygon on the map, compile a text message, and send it to the mobile phones. But it can be also activated automatically without human touch. So just to give you an example, in Israel, the CBC is connected to Iron Dome. You know that in Israel we are very vulnerable to missiles that are coming from the Palestinian territories. And people who live on the border, they have less than 15 seconds to run away and find the shelter when a missile is being launched. So there's no 10 seconds to disseminate a channel, certainly no time for SMS, certainly no time for the siren, because until the siren will start to operate, the missile is down already. So we've been pushed by our customer there, the IDF, Israel Defense Forces, to push the envelope, the performance envelope to the limits, and today we are disseminating a sub-broadcast message in 300 milliseconds, allowing maximum time for people on the borders to run away and find shelters. And I think that in certain cases it will be very applicable for Uttarakhand, for instance, as well. So as I said, we have deployed our systems in Israel, in Andhra Pradesh, in India, in Denmark. Denmark is going to launch it on March 31st. very soon. In Qatar, as I said, and in Ukraine it was a humanitarian project. So we just deployed the cell broadcast there when the war started in order to support the Ukrainian citizens against the bombing from Russia. On the CBCs, you can see here our installations map. I would mention India. You can see that along the years we've connected almost to all the operators in India. So we started with Hutch, which is today Vodafone in 2001, and then Airtel, BSNL, Idea, and at the time, Reliance. So today we are connected to all the mobile operators in India besides Reliance Jio, which has selected the C.CBC, which is fair enough. So why cell broadcast is the right technology for a state like Uttarakhand? So besides the usual floods and lightnings that are common vulnerabilities for many states in India, Uttarakhand also suffers from earthquakes. We felt one yesterday, or last night. Glove and earthquakes and glove requires immediate alert. There's no time to SMS. To send SMS to millions of people can take days. And in cell broadcast, it will take seconds. Also, Uttarakhand is a state of tourism. So SDMA has to take care not only of its own citizens, but of the many tourists which are in the area. And cell broadcast is available for both domestic and international roaming. It supports multiple languages. It does not require data. It does not require any advanced download. It works when the network is jammed. It does not offend privacy, right? So we do not maintain millions of phone numbers. It's a real broadcast. Everyone who latches to the cell site gets the message. And operators, once they are doing it, they like it because it does not exhaust resources. And for the government, it's also important because once the system is there, the dissemination is free of charge. Usually, in location-based SMS, if you want to disseminate billions of SMS, it costs money. So our CBC is compatible with all network, 5G, 4G, 3G, and 2G. Actually, we were the first vendor in the world to deploy 5G in Taiwan Mobile, in Taiwan 2.5 years ago. In India, we are connected to all three networks, or three technologies across all operators, besides Reliance Jio. We support all RAN vendors, and there are many of them. There's a Nokia, and Ericsson, and Motorola, and ZTE, and Huawei, and Samsung, and Microsoft, and Mavenir. Everything is covered. And obviously there are a few emergency standards, CMAS here, EU Alert in Europe, we support them all. For those of you who did not see a cell broadcast message, I'll try to show you how it looks and it sounds. So this is the demo that we did in Orissa 2 years ago. Sorry, it's not presented for some reason. I'll just get rid of it. Next time. Now, that's the CBC part. Now let's have a quick chat on the CBE. So, a good CBE should be able to contain libraries, because most of the messages in emergency, I mean, you will not really see an officer drawing a polygon on a map. Everything has to be predefined. You need to predefine your vulnerable areas. You need to predefine the messages. You don't want to see typos when something happens. You don't want to leave any room for human mistakes. So lots of libraries, templates, every organization has its own workflow. So in some organization, the same person who compiled the message can disseminate it, and we also know many other complicated organizations. There is one officer that compiled the message, one officer that approves the message, and one officer that disseminates the message. So a good CVE should support the entire workflow. It supports, obviously, more than one organization. So here it could be SDMA, but it could be also the police, army, regional governments. I mean, lots of entities can manage the good CVE. And as I said, today the CVE supports not only cell broadcast, but a lot of variety of dissemination channels, as you can see on the bottom right corner. This is just a screenshot to show you how it looks like. So there is a polygon here, and the officer that disseminated the message should tick the box on the required dissemination channel, and once it hits send, after approval, the message goes across all the channels. One more important issue to discuss is the resilience of the system. That's a mission-critical system, and it should be always up and running. So usually you deploy it with local high availability, in most cases also with geo-redundancy. And we found a way to implement it in a geo-redundancy on an active mode on the application level. I will not bother you with the technical terms, but what you can see here is two systems that are working in parallel. Everything is duplicated. Every server, every communication line, every database is duplicated in real time. So when there is a problem with one of the servers, with one of the communication lines, then the system will keep working, and this is why we can commit on zero downtime. Just two last case studies. One of them is Ukraine. So Ukraine, it's a very interesting case because it shows that when all the parties that are involved are really interested, it can be deployed really fast. So I'll just tell you how it happened. So when the war started, a few days later, on March 8th, I'm getting a call from the Ukrainian government, and they're asking us if we could help them with the public warning system based on cell broadcast. And we said, of course, we don't want any money, we really want to help you, and but I need you guys to be serious. So I need you to collect or to gather all the TSPs in the same room so we can all work together. Each one will do its own part, and we will deploy the system quickly. They said, fine. So it was a Saturday. Also, the CBC is deployed in free. The CBE is ours, it's deployed with the government. And the other CBCs are one from Nokia, one with my friend here from Everbridge. So the system is modular. All the modules can work together. In Denmark, we also manage the service for the government. They decided to give us the entire management of the service, including all the TSPs, and we also compiled the CAP protocol for them from A to Z. So this is my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. And I'm here also after the event, so if you want to talk to me, please call me, text me, and we can schedule time to talk and discuss it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronen, for a very lucid presentation on this topic. Give a all detailed description of this thing. Now I would like to call, so Ronen, I will take the question on the later stage.
Good morning, all of you. Honorable, our Chief Secretary, sir, will be attend this last session at 1 o'clock. So all are requested to please be there in this hall. at 1 o'clock. So Honorable Chief Secretary and other dignitaries will be present at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks, Ranin. Now we'll take the questions at the last of the end of this session. I would like to call Mr. Manuel Cornelis, Director of Beverage Solutions. So he is domain specialist in the public safety warning and the public warning.
So, I'm conscious of time. It seems that we've been talking about this interesting subject for quite some time. The good thing is, I, for most part, agree with what my two other colleagues have mentioned. There are some subtle details, but I will run into those later on. I'm heading up the public warning business unit of Everbridge globally. I've been invited by the Everbridge India team to share my experience, what I've seen in the last 20 years with the introduction of CMAS-based or EU alert-based public warning systems. Last Monday, our CEO was present at the opening ceremony at the NASDAQ to celebrate the 20 years of existence of Everbridge being in the resilience domain. And that's what Everbridge is all about, making sure that people are safe and keep businesses running. And operational organizational resilience is a key element of that. A subset of all of those services that we offer are for national governments. We have an annual revenue of over 400 million in this domain, and we support most of the industry, the leaders in the industry, with our solutions. And currently, 6,500 of our customers, predominantly enterprise customers, but also 20+ customers are enjoying our national alerting systems. And all of these are, as Mr. Rosa mentioned, multimodal, multi-channel. With one remark, we focus on the actual audience itself. Because in the end, it's not the technology, it's how we can motivate and inform the citizens, but also the first responders to do the right thing and move forward. Not only during the event, but also before, during, and after the event. And based on the stakeholder, the audience, the different communications need to be adopted to make sure that they actually take action. And in order for them to take action, we need certain technology, which have already been mentioned, but I will be talking about those and the criteria used by our customers, our governments, why they have selected what, in what sequence, and how they go about successfully introducing these types of projects. So as said, we have a focus on keeping people safe, organizations running, and in order to do so, we have multiple solutions in order to do so. And they range from physical security, on-site security, to IT alerting, IT security. Xmappers is an important element of it. We do intelligence, so we actively monitor what's happening in the world in order to make sure that our customers can inform their employees what's happening and guide them to safety. So within Everbridge, we have different domains focused on the different solutions, and what I'm part of is the public safety domain. Public safety is more than just public warning, which is my domain, because our vision is to be responsible for the whole chain. So we provide also solutions for CAD. So 911 calls, we take them, we dispatch them, we do resource planning. We do, of course, what we are talking about today, public warning, so guiding the public to safety, but not just the issuing and sending out of the guidance, but also seeing whether the citizens are actually doing what they're told to do. Because in the end, that's what it's all about. So it's not only directive public alerts, but also informative and reassurance. We're all human, so we deal with alerts in a human way. And when events happen, when there is something seriously happening, people act differently. What you would expect that the natural leaders in an organization or in a crowd would take action, in practice it's most often another person who has it cool and takes over the movement. A practical example why most of our customers are introducing multiple channels, yes, what has been mentioned, to increase reach. But if you have mobile as a main channel of guiding people to safety, you're already reaching the critical mass, because you don't have to reach everybody. You need to reach a critical mass in order to actually motivate people to do so. So as an example, if we all together, maybe 50% or 30%, receive an alert which we trust, which comes from a trusted source, it can only come from the government, we will evaluate this as a group. We all together will determine this is something which is credible, this is something which we need to act upon. That's fine. But if you are alone watching TV, we get an alert. Evacuate immediately. The human nature is to get reassurance. So we have the call for action, but we're looking for additional reassurance to actually make sure that this is not a test or a failure or a fake. And that's where all of the additional channels come in. So if we get it on our mobile, we see it on the TV or hear it on the radio. If I don't see those, I go on the internet and I see whether that alert is actually mentioned on that website. Then I take action, because I have myself validated that I need to do something. And that's what it's all about, motivating people to do the right thing. And technology, as said, is a part of that. Well, I will not go into this slide. Hopefully it ensures our credibility. What's more interesting is our credibility in the public safety. And what I would like to do is go over the different steps in the history of mobile phone-based public warning and see what has been driving those. Everbridge has celebrated 20 years because it has been founded on the back of the 9/11 attacks. Because one of the things that found is that out-of-home communications to the citizens was just not there. It was not good enough. All of the existing alerting systems in place in the US since the 50s, they did not suffice anymore. Because we're not at home, we're not in the office. We are continuously migrating across. So what would have been the most wonderful thing to do is use the mobile phone, because around 2000 already there was a large penetration of mobile phones and anticipation that it would only grow. And nowadays we have 1, 2, 3 phones, and depending on the time of the day we give priority to one or the other. So using the mobile phone seemed to be a very good device to use. So President Bush at the time signed the WARN Act and asked the standardization body ETIS to evaluate different technologies to be used on the mobile phone. So they evaluated location-based SMS or SMS. Apps were not there yet, but data. And they looked at cell broadcast as the network technology. And that's where I would like to stop with referring to cell broadcast, because it's confusing. Cell broadcast is just the technology to get the alert from the mobile network onto the phone. Nowadays, if we're talking about emergency alerts, we're talking about CMAS, or EU Alert, because that's the actual service and the user experience that the citizens are being confronted with. And that has all of the wonderful things already mentioned, the ringtone. It always works even if the network is congested. It has standardized severity levels. One of the things mentioned, the need to non-opt out. So one of the main reasons to standardize the user experience and not use the already existing commercial cell broadcast, which has been in use at many places, including India, is to fit the American desire to actually override the citizen's choice. So during the 50s in the Cold War, and maybe we're now entering another Cold War, but if there would be a nuclear strike on the US, every US citizen is obliged by law to listen to the presidential address. If the president has an address to all of the population, they need to stop and watch the emergency announcement telling them what to do. So they wanted to extend that into the mobile domain as well. So they've included a non-opt-out, the presidential alert level. A non-opt-out service based on this service. All of the other severity levels, extreme, severe, mainly used for weather, or let's call it regular terrorist attacks. And the lowest severity level is missing child alert. And that has been the foundation for what currently is available in all our phones. So it's available in Android by default. It's available in Apple by default. However, Apple and the phone manufacturers, they need to be made aware that this is being introduced, so they, in their system, will That was in 2006, so quite a long time ago. It took until 2010, where the first initial systems were introduced. And the US was one of them, and there were 3 others, the UK, France, and the Netherlands. In the end, in Europe, only the Netherlands was successful in actually deploying this. Because in the UK and France, the discussions with mobile operators, they didn't go well. They offered quotes of 80 million euros each in order to implement. And the budget for that in the UK and France was just not available. And they could not mandate, they could not ask commercial parties to invest those kinds of money. In the Netherlands, the amounts were less, and that set off the EU Alert program in the Netherlands, which is called locally an alert. And I think last year, Prime Minister Modi went to the Netherlands and they discussed advanced technologies, and one of those was the ability to guide public to safety. And the Netherlands has been the forerunner and a role model for the rest of Europe, including Lithuania, including Iceland and Sweden. So in 2018, the EU mandated that all EU members needed to implement a public warning system, as mentioned by Ronan. However, they did not specify any technology. They didn't say you need to do EU alerts on broadcast. You can also use location-based SMS. You could even use apps as long as you fit the criteria. So they left it to the different EU members. And that resulted in a report with the differentiation between the technologies. Nowadays, most of the countries have indeed selected EU alert, so broadcast-based alert. However, there are still different ways of approaching this, because, well, these are complex projects which involve commercial parties. How do you deal with those commercial parties who have different interests than a government? You, as a government, you would like to have the most highest quality system implemented, full stop. And the systems need to work when they need to work, regardless. So these are mission-critical national pieces of infrastructure. And to put it less politely, a mobile operator is just interested in ticking the box. They need to comply to regulation in the way that they civil. Of course, they have the social responsibility, but there is by nature a difference in approach. Along the way, other parts of the world started implementing, including New Zealand, where due to an earthquake and tsunami danger, the project was expedited due to the Christchurch earthquake. And as mentioned before, their desire was, if I, as the government, issue an alert, there should not be any opt-outs, because it's a life-threatening event and you need to act. So they chose to use the non-opt-out version. Along the way, Italy started to work on it, and also Portugal. In Italy, they asked a local system integrator to build something. To date, they have not gone live yet. In Portugal, they are using a homegrown solution by the mobile operator. It's not working properly. In the meantime, we have been introducing cell-based public warning, EU alert in the UK, in Spain, and recently in Germany. Norway has been the last in line because of the threat out of Russia, and they needed to implement within a few months. So this is a little bit of the timeline of Everbridge in cell broadcast, but also the different steps that we've taken to advance the technology. So we've built the first cell broadcast system. We're the first in 3G, 4G, have driven the standards for 5G, and from the beginning we had a focus on the use of cell broadcast in public warning, and as said, EU alert, CMS, that's the function to go for. And one of the people who has been instrumental in this is our Mr. Peter Sanders, who has been since the late 90s been actively involved in standardizing not only the technology, but also the use of the technology for public warning. So we've been on the forerunner of this technology, and to still keep advancing the technology, including meter accuracy geotargeting. So not only on a cell level, but actually meter level accuracy, using the phone's own capability in order to geotarget the public. So as already mentioned by my colleagues, it's not just about one colleague, one channel, one angle. I truly believe that mobile is the one and most important one forward. However, it needs to be part of an ecosystem of existing systems. Sirens are even as important to create awareness that things need to move on. It's not about issuing alerts anymore. It's not a one-off. It's a guidance to safety in a certain area, which is integrated with an existing system. One of our customers in Chile, one of the initial users, were the first one to automatically integrate their tsunami warning systems into the public warning systems. They were very advanced in predicting the inundated areas for tsunamis. However, they were lacking the last mile. And in the end, it's not about predicting and determining that people are in danger, it's actually guiding them to safety. So this whole ecosystem is of importance. I'm happy to see that it's shared by my colleague, where CDOT is creating this aggregating, alerting middle ground, which is also present in the US, which is the gateway for all of the alerts moving in and out. So, I think you can all already think about the advantage that it would have for you locally. What I've done here is look at the next step. So, I think one of the advantages that you have is to leapfrog technology. So, what's next? A lot of your peer governments have done this already. And indeed, they are on the route of multi-channel. So, what's next? Guiding people to safety is very important. However, you need to know where those people are. Where are they actually located? If you tell them to evacuate via bridge B, where they used to evacuate via bridge A because it's nearby, but it might be that bridge A is not able to facilitate either those amounts of people, or it's already blocked by other people using it, or maybe it's used by first responders. So what are your eyes on the ground? Do you actually know in real time where people are? How many people are there in a certain area? How are they migrating? So that's what we call situational awareness, and have the ability, of course, maintaining all of the privacy of the citizens, but having heat maps, a view on real-time movements of people. And we see this as the next step. And actually one of our initial customers in Iceland has been using this for many years. The use case is different. They're not focused on crowd. They're focused on individuals being left behind. But the principle is the same. Having insight in where people are, how are they migrating, and anticipating and adopting the communications to those citizens. So that's, I think, one of the things that you might have and might consider as a next phase, and adopt that into your current plans. It also helps you to look back. Who has been in that area? So even if you only use EULER or CMS, which is completely subscriber agnostic, it might be that you would like to know who has been in there for follow-up. Have they been exposed to a certain virus or a chemical? You have told them to evacuate, but you would like to do aftercare. So these type of solutions might help. Well, but we can talk about that later. So well, I think I've mentioned the key elements here already. I will be around, so if you have any questions, please ask me. Happy to answer any questions. I will give room to the next speaker. And I would like to applaud that this event is happening, because one of the key success factors of the project that we've been involved in is these types of events, where all of the stakeholders come together and learn from each other, and together find a way forward and actually successfully implement public warning in this region, which I think is the main mission of thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, for giving a wonderful presentation. We'll take the question on the end of the session. Now I'm requesting Mr. Kshitij Goyal to present her thing. He is the pre-sales director in NELCO, and he is a specialist in the connectivity for disaster management. And he used to in his talk. He is going to talk on the connectivity. What is the essential reliable connectivity is ensure flood-based early warning. So over to you.
Good morning, respected chairpersons, delegates. Since yesterday, we have been hearing a lot of respected companies about a lot of solutions when it comes to flood forecasting, automatic weather stations, and disaster management. But we are missing one reliable, one important aspect over here, and that is connectivity. What if we provide you a reliable connectivity from your remote locations to your central locations where you need to broadcast? And we today are very pleased to say that we are associated with government organizations like CWC, NCM, RWF, Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority, NCS, INCOIS, and these all companies are reliably working on our network, and we are providing the services to them. So my motive here is to provide seamless and uninterrupted connectivity solutions. एंड जस्ट टू मेक इट इंटरेक्टिव, क्या किसी को लगता है यहाँ पे कि सैटेलाइट कनेक्टिविटी जो है वो आउटडेटेड है? एनीवन कैन रेज द हैंड? दैट्स गुड. सो इट्स अ मिथ. अगर ऐसा होता तो शायद आज अमेजॉन, स्टारलिंक, एलन मस्क जो इंडिया में एंटर होने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं होता. सो कंसिडरिंग दिस, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में 2022 में एक संगठन बनाया गया जिसका नाम था ISPA, इंडियन स्पेस एसोसिएशन, और उसका मेन मोटिव था इंडिया को स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में नंबर 1 लाना. So my presentation will be based on this, that how the satellite communication is a reliable connectivity for state of Uttarakhand. So NILCO started its journey in 1940s, and during the course till 1980 we were serving, 1990s we were serving our group companies, but in 1990 onwards and 2000 we got a commercial CUG license, and we started operating with all the enterprise and government organizations. So our approach has always been solution centric. All the the certified ISO and TL certified process. We work with top global OEMs in the world. As on date, we have more than 80,000 terminals on ground, whether it comes to private segments or government sectors. We are Class A authorized internet service provider. Till date, we have established more than 35 teleports for government, and more than 80,000 terminals are working on those teleports. So, just a brief, what is a VSAT? जिनको नहीं पता है थोड़ा सा brief कर देता हूँ. This is what a VSAT looks like: a small antenna, a transmitter, a receiver. 2 छोटी से केबल नीचे आती हैं, मॉडेम से कनेक्ट होती हैं, and you are ready to transmit or receive your data. So, what can run on a VSAT? So we offer like committed bandwidth with internet. अगर किसी को per site या group of sites के लिए committed bandwidth चाहिए, can be provided. Yes, broadband plans with speed up to 5 Mbps per site, and it's basically a data plan जहाँ पे कम से कम 5 GB. And it can go up to 500 GB, and it can be customized for more GB required. And yes, we can also create without internet a private secured CUG network. So all the VSATs, all the remote locations can send their data to the data center, their disaster recovery on a private network. There is no interference from the internet. So a small diagram how it operates on internet. So on the left there are 2 sites which are communicating with the satellite, and from there our teleport routes all the data towards the open internet cloud. It can be open internet, it can be a restricted internet as per the choice. A private CUG network, how it looks. So you can see that there is no internet involved in this. All the sites, both the sites are communicating to their central locations, a data center or disaster recovery center, through a MPLS cloud or through a P2P link. So we assure that on VSAT you can get more than 99.5% uptime on annually. But what if I complement it with a 4G solution and try to make it more than 99.5? So that's a 4G solution we are complementing with a VSAT. So how it operates? So we have 3 solutions. It's basically a private APN network, a managed SIM solution, where we can provide you a modem which can be connected with a VSAT and a SIM. VSAT can run as a primary or SIM can run as a primary, both complementing each other in an active backup scenario. Or we can provide you a VSAT with dual SIM solution where both the SIMs can also work in an active scenario, and VSAT can complement as a backup or primary. So a small diagram how it operates. The first one is on the left. The first one is with a VSAT with a SIM. So VSAT is communicating with the satellite, and the SIM is communicating with the nearest BTS. And the SIM network is completely on the private MPLS network, no one can enter into this remote site from anywhere because it's a private APN network. All the traffic lands to the teleport, and from there it is routed towards the customer data centers. So, as I said in the beginning कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को लगता है कि इस देश को उन्हें यकीन है ये देश में सैटेलाइट टेक्नोलॉजी से हम इंडिया को नंबर 1 बना सकते हैं. So उस केस में हमें एक नया टेक्नोलॉजी मिला, that is STS satellites. A traditional satellite, it is a form of a satellite, a geo satellite, but yes, with a high power. So what is the difference between a traditional satellite and STS? A traditional satellite focus on complete one continent like India, one beam covering all India. But what about STS? It has multiple beams. एक beam cover कर रहा है JNK region, एक beam cover कर रहा है हरियाणा, पंजाब, एक cover कर रहा है उत्तराखंड, some part of UP. So multiple beams are covering multiple states of India. And the best part is that it is a very, as it's a high throughput and a focused beam, so it has very high power, and it ensures that the ground VSAT is effective in communication, receives more power, and give you higher uptimes. So this is a typical difference between a high throughput satellite and a traditional geo satellite. And yes, as we are using we are reusing the frequencies for the beams, so there is a cost effectiveness which comes into the picture for STS satellite. So little bit of what is a high throughput satellite? A high throughput satellite which is a multiple time throughput of a traditional satellite. So it gives a cost effectiveness when it compares to a geo traditional satellite. It uses it do a frequency reuse and multiple spot beams. And yes, it has a region specific gateways. So if I'm serving northern part of India, might be gateway will be somewhere in north part of India, and so on. So as on date, high throughput satellites are operated on KU band and Ka band. So this is how it looks when it comes to a high throughput satellite on India. So I'll tell you about this DDN gateway, but yes, so you can see that Uttarakhand is very well covered in high throughput satellite. So our USP, we are present in Dehradun. We have a teleport established in Lachiwala, Dehradun. We are operating on multiple SATCOM technologies from this teleport. The biggest teleport antenna we have among all service providers in India, 18 meter. We are using wide beam as well as STS from this single gateway. Multiple satellites, ISRO approved satellites we are operating on, and we are ensuring the highest uptime over here, 99.5%, more than 99.5% year on year. So some of the ground terminal solutions available as on the date. So if a site is not movable and you need a fixed VSAT antenna, we can deploy a fixed VSAT antenna over there. For emergency solutions, there are solutions like ManPack or a quick deployable antenna, which can be easily carried as a backpack or in a box through a transport media like car or helicopters. And yes, a vehicle mounted antenna which can be mounted on a vehicle. You can drive the vehicle, stop it anywhere and start the transmissions. So few of the case studies what we have covered in Uttarakhand, in the state of Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Information Mission. So you can see there is a pole mounted VSAT and it's completely powered by the solar solution. So whenever there is a dam opening and the water is flowing through the dam, so places like this, Koteshwar, Devprayag, Triveni Ghat, Kodiyala, Vyasi, Shivpuri, Lakshman Jhula, Ramjhula. So there is a siren alert which travels through a satellite communication and reaches in less than 1 second on public information system. So data flows from, how the data flows is from Koteshwar Dam to all these remote locations. They inform them that the dam is opening and the siren can be played. And the people, people can be well alerted for any mishap. TSGC India Limited, we have provided the VSATs to the TSGC, and They are using it for seismic activity near the project area. So as on date, this Terry hydropower complex is a central location from where they are monitoring all the data for all the locations. For invoice and NCS under IMD, recently they shifted their network completely on extended C-band. NCS is having approximately 110 locations for seismical data transmission from various remote locations to their data center, and approximately 2.2 Mbps of bandwidth they are using for this 110 locations. For invoice, a fail-safe satellite-based communication to provide tsunami warnings, and 42 VSAT locations, majority of them in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, from where the data is pushed towards their data center. In TPC Joshimath, also in 2021 there was a Chamoli disaster, and after that government mandated NTPC to deploy a unified communication system through the river area, Alaknanda area, so that people can be well informed before if there is some mishappening. So after that, we deployed the extended C-band project where all the VSATs were deployed near the riverside, and all the data is transmitted for the remote automatic rising of the water level, any mishappening happening over there. So this data is transmitted towards their command and control center well in advance, and they can inform their public to vacate the area. Uttarakhand SDRF was a very good example. In 2020, NELCO was chosen to provide the man-pack antennas, which can be used as and when required at the locations, disaster locations, and it was well used by Uttarakhand Police for video and voice services. Quick deployable terminals were provided with 1.2 meter antenna size and was operating on KU band. So that's all. Thank you all of you. And in any case of any queries, we are available. You can contact the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish, for highlighting the use of satellite technology can be one of the good media for when the communication, normal communication mode is not available. Now, I'm opening the floor for question and answer session. So if you have any question regarding to any speaker, first introduce yourself and also tell me what is the question and you want to ask to which of the panel member. Yeah, there is a, yeah. Can you give him mine?
Good afternoon. I am Bikram Singh here from IMD Meteorological Center, Dehradun. So, during the fair weather, all system was well. But when it is disaster weather, so that time suppose you have a telecom tower over an interior location and it has failed. So that time this type of solution like the cell broadcast, will it work? That is one question. And secondly, he told, okay, satellite, it can work during those hours also. But we said whether it will be available to each and every household. That is another question. And thirdly, why not we are using like radio services? Like we have the All India Radio, and it can reach to any location, and minimum interference with that also. But in that case, one problem which I see is that it cannot trigger this emergency siren or something. So if it can be placed in that thing, so it can be much more useful than other technology, I feel. So please respond.
Yeah. Thanks Vikramji for pointing out the right question, the right forum. So first of all, that is why me and Manuel is always talking about the multimodal approach. So we should not rely upon single technology, because in disaster we must thought about the fallback technology. Now, are you talking about the All India Radio? Yes. All India Radio, we have already tested this solution in All India Radio Dehradun and Musauri. And we are at a very advanced stage of deploying this technology of radio network. Also, not only radio, television, even satellite. Now, VSAT, that installation of VSAT, similarly, that is why we want to come up with a low-cost satellite, so that at least सबको नहीं दिया जा सकता है, but at least 1% of this village और पंचायत लेवल पे, because छोटे छोटे villages जो पहाड़ियों में होते हैं, उनके लिए एक घर के लिए एक at least एक गांव में एक भी पहुंच जाए, so that can make arrange, or we can if we put the side and that can be integrated. So that is the thing. Anyone else want to add something?
Hello.
So the reason why cell broadcast is used as the mobile technology to get the alerts to the phone are for very specific reasons. We carry this device with us all the time. It has a dedicated ringtone, pop-up, a user experience. It's standardized across all of the different handsets. So the citizens are used to receive this and notice this is something to take seriously. In an event that a crisis is happening, within a short period of time, all of the other communication channels will get congested. Or even, it's in some countries a method or procedure that at the moment that there's a terrorist threat, they shut down the mobile network for other types of services than just the first responders. In that case, cell broadcast, U-alert will still work because it's part of the signaling and it's only the mobile network which is able to send out this alert. So, i.e. it's only the government who is able to send out these alerts. It reaches everybody. It's truly broadcast. So all of the other technologies except radio and TV, they are one-on-one. Even its bulk, it's still one-on-one delivery, and that has challenges that come with it. So if you take these requirements or these characteristics, U-alert CMAS as a mobile technology is wonderful. Even if the SIM card is not authorized on the network, so let's say it's a major disaster. One of the mobile network operators is down. The mobile phone will still try to connect to mobile operator B and C, because maybe they are still working. That user of one of the operators which is completely down, so physically down, towers are wiped away. So I'm not talking about when the network is congested, but when it's physically gone, it will still work. But even though they're not allowed on that operator B or C, because they're not a subscriber, they will still receive the alert. So those are all of the resilience elements which are part of the EU Alert CMS channel. That's why it's one of the prime mobile channels. But as said, the goal is to mobilize the citizens. So the more type of triggers and information we can provide to the citizens will help to mobilize, to validate, to move and incentivize the citizens moving forward. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so very important question you asked. See, around the year you can deploy any network, right? And it's working very fine. But what if a disaster is happening? At that point of time, we don't need 99.5, we need 100%. So you have multiple solutions. Cell broadcast, perfectly fine, one of them. But you can complement it with a VSAT technology, a movable solution, not a fixed solution. You can carry it anywhere, half a kilometer away, start your operations. Your cell broadcast is restored, you can switch it on. So you should have, it should not depend on one technology. It should be backed up with some other reliable media.
but actually VSAT technology requires more power.
Sorry?
VSAT technology requires more power.
How much you think, sir?
I don't know, but actually,
Approximately 20-25 watt.
but I am from CWC.
You're from?
I am from CWC.
Okay.
And presently, actually, we are working on the INSAT and GPRS GSM technology. Then actually, we want to switch over the NELCO. But how this technology is working means for individual sites we have one VSAT or something else.
So it depends what's the distance between the sites. If distance is more, yes, one VSAT per site.
But one VSAT, what is the cost of one VSAT?
We can discuss it, sir.
Because deployment of one VSAT at a single site is much costly.
So it depends.
Also
Can I ask you how much will be the data rate for the site?
15 minutes.
15?
Minutes.
No, data rate, bandwidth.
I don't know. I don't know actually.
So I think it will be less than an inside transmitter, cost of inside transmitter.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We have two countries live using satellite communications as one of the backup channels. So they are the US and Germany. So in the US, satellite communication is used as a backup channel to communicate with the centralized IPOS system and the mobile networks disseminating the CMAS alerts. So what they have done, FEMA and the FCC have mandated PBS, the national infrastructure, to be the backup connectivity partner for emergency alerts. So they're not actually issuing the alerts themselves, but they provide a backup mechanism to get the alerts to the final stage, the last mile communication, using PBS's, which is our customer, PBS's infrastructure to get the alert from FEMA via satellites down to the terrestrial broadcast sites, and using terrestrial broadcast to get the actual alert to the dissemination points. So the VSAT type of solutions, they are part of the last mile solution. However, in my view, because of you need to have a dish, you need to have maybe at a higher cost than just a data connection. However, it's a fantastic way as a hub for the actual last mile. That's also the philosophy that has been used in Germany, where the public BKK, the National Emergency Management Organization in Germany, which originated from a satellite background, have used that to publicize alerts. So the approach in Germany has been we as BKK, the National Emergency Management Organization, we don't take any responsibility for the replicators, the last mile. However, we publicize on different channels, and we have certified parties who use that information to distribute among the citizens. That's also the reason why Germany said, well, there is an EU mandate, Article 110, we need to implement a public warning system on mobile by June 2022. And they said, well, we don't need anything else because we have apps, we have this wealth of multi-channel. So that they were actually one of the first governments in the world taking a fully multi-channel channel approach. However, unfortunately, during the flooding in July of 2021, it turned out that although the people who have decided not to add EU alert, because they were actually against EU alert, they were confronted with a mistake, because at that time 180 people were drowned by a flooding in Germany, where there would, looking at the post-mortem, there would have been enough time to evacuate them, but they weren't, because all of the channels, the dissemination channels, were not available, because they did not take responsibility for the whole channel. They were just publicizing the alert. And at that moment in time, things changed. So BKK, some of the former management was fired. there was a political outcry that although the established government have been pushing away EU alert, they have adopted EU alert. And that's now currently being broadcasted. So EU alert has been added to the mix of different channels, and they take responsibility now for the whole chain. So up to the mobile dissemination channel. So that, in my view, advocates the need for a multi-channel approach in order to motivate people to take action. So I think that is the common story that we all have here today is multi-channel. If you're talking about mobile, location-based SMS and cell broadcast, they are two key mobile technologies we've actually successfully implemented. Not because we, as maybe biased vendors, so to say this is what your peers, other governments, and independent agencies have evaluated as being technologies to be used, aside the existing technologies like TV, radio, and sirens.
What Manu has said, apart from that, I want to add something on top of that. That we are closely working with ISRO to put the apart from the GPS devices, mobile handsets, we are closely working with ISRO to put NAVIC chipset to be inbuilt in the mobile handset. So we have established a channel and tested how we can disseminate that early warning through satellite communication of the sphere field it is having with the NAVIC transmission. So the channel is established now at how we can put this end devices, at the end devices, how we can enable the satellite thing. So we are also working with some of the technology vendors, some of the USB kind of thing is coming, but that is not very suitable. So that is why we are closely working with the mobile handset manufacturers as well, so that this NAVIC chip can be embedded. So we are working also some of the chip manufacturers also in that regards.
So we can discuss later. Thank you all the speakers. Now I would like to request to Mohammad Obidullah Ansari, Joint CEO USDMA, to present memento to the respected chairperson of the session, Mr. Saurabh Basu, C. Now, I would like to request Dr. Tanzeem Ali, Finance Controller, USDMA, to present a memento. Respected co-chairperson, Mr. Ronan Tannen. Now, I would like to request Dr. Grishan Joshi, Senior DRM Expert, USDMA, to present a memento. Kshitiz Goyal, sir.
Now, I request Dr. Pooja Rana Kundra, Planner USDMA, to present the memento to Mr. Manuel Cornelius. Thank you everyone for such informative presentations. Now I request everyone to gather in the adjacent hall for tea and refreshments. Thank you so much.
हेलो, आप सभी लोगों से अनुरोध है कि चाय के बाद लगभग 15 मिनट में यहाँ पे गैदर हो जाएं, क्योंकि हमारे जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब हैं लगभग 1:30 पे यहाँ पे रहेंगे, तो उससे पहले हम चाहते हैं कि सेशन हमारा समाप्त हो जाए। तो वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन में चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब यहाँ पे जो है कि मौजूद रहेंगे। तो आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप चाय के साथ 15 मिनट के अंदर में चाय को अपना लेते हुए 15 मिनट के अंदर यहाँ पे सम्मिलित हो। थैंक यू।
ये पकड़ो यार, सुनो हैवी है यार बहुत, थोड़ा सा हेल्प करो ना। बैग मुझे पकड़ा दो। क्या चाह रहे हो?
response agility.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to start our next session, Automated Emergency Alert Siren. So we request everyone to kindly take their seats.
Good afternoon to all dignitaries, guests and delegates. I am Dr. Vedika Pant.
I am Ms. Sandrila Sarkar.
And we feel privileged to extend our warm welcome to all present in this international conclave on use of advanced technologies in disaster management. So, without any further delay, let's start our last session, Automated Emergency Alert Sirens. Now, we would like to invite Chairperson of the session, Mr. Mahesh Devadiga sir, from Solus Marine Services, and Co-Chairperson Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh sir from Eva Infocom.
Sir, kindly take your seats. We also request the other speakers of the session, Mr. Hardeep Singh and Mr. VP Vishwanathan, to come and please take the seats on the stage. Mr. Hardeep Singh, please sir, come on stage. Moving on, Mr. Mahesh Devadiga sir, the chairperson of our session, is the division head of engineering solution at Solus Marine Services. He specializes in customized design and system integration of high-tech technologies. And our co-chairperson, Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh, he is the director at Exinilo Consulting Private Limited, Indian representing Genesis Incorporation USA. He specializes in automation, smart sensors and disaster management. Now I will request our chairperson and co-chairperson to conduct the further session under their guidance. Sir, please conduct this session and the presentations accordingly.
Good afternoon all. I would like to call upon my colleague Commander S.K. Raghav to open the session for Solus Marine Services. Thank you.
Friends, Namaskar, Jai Hind, and Happy Ugadi, Happy New Year to everybody. Myself, Commander Raghav, advisor to Solus Marine Services. आपदा जब खुद पर आती है तब निर्णय भी तेजी से लेने होते हैं। भूतकाल और वर्तमान में जो कुछ देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के ने सहा है उसके निवारण के लिए हमें फास्ट और करेक्ट निर्णय लेने होंगे। जिस इमरजेंसी वार्निंग सिस्टम को आप सभी कल से स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं, इसके पीछे
100 वर्षों से अधिक का अनुसंधान R&D कार्य है। यह सिस्टम टिहरी बांध के डाउनस्ट्रीम में कोटेश्वर डैम से लेकर ऋषिकेश में त्रिवेणी घाट तक लगाया गया है। यह पिछले 5 वर्षों से लगातार काम कर रहा है और ये आने वाले 30 से 40 वर्षों तक एंड इवन बियॉन्ड ठीक तरह से काम करेगा। इसमें 2 कंट्रोल रूम हैं, एक कोटेश्वर डैम के ऊपर है और दूसरा SEOC USDMA के अंदर लगाया गया है। इसके 8 टावर्स हैं। 2021 की जो आपदा आई थी, इसमें अलकनंदा में हमने बहुत कुछ सहा। उस समय हमारा टावर देवप्रयाग में सतत दिन रात काम कर रहा था, पर वो अलकनंदा की तरफ के पानी को कंट्रोल नहीं कर, को रिकॉर्ड करके उसको इंटीग्रेट करके सूचनाएं नहीं दे पा रहा था। केवल भागीरथी से आने वाला पानी जो था कोटेश्वर डैम का, उसी से ये कनेक्टेड था। तो हमें अलकनंदा के बारे में भी काफ़ी कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा। इसकी काबिलियत यह है कि ये सिस्टम अकेला 500 से ज़्यादा टावर्स को कनेक्ट करके इंटीग्रेट कर सकता है और उनको कंट्रोल भी कर सकता है। एक टावर, एक सिस्टम पूरे 525 करीब टावर्स को कनेक्ट अप कर सकता है। दैट इज द कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ द सिस्टम। और भिन्न प्रकार के सिग्नल्स को इंटीग्रेट करके सायरन्स को एक्टिवेट कर सकता है। दैट इज द कैपेबिलिटी अगेन। अगर हमने शीघ्र निर्णय लिए तो कीमती जिंदगियां, जान माल की जो है हिफाजत होगी। देवभूमि की सभी नदियां एक के बाद एक मिलती जाती हैं, एक दूसरे से मिलती जाती हैं। इसलिए सिग्नल्स फ्रॉम ऑल द रिवर्स आर टू बी इंटीग्रेटेड फॉर द गुड ऑफ द स्टेट। प्रकृति सतत इवोल्यूशन के लिए अपना काम करेगी और हम रक्षा और बचाव के लिए हमेशा प्रयत्नशील रहेंगे। थैंक यू। नाउ ओवर टू माय फ्रेंड महेश देवादिगा। ही इज अ सिस्टम इंटीग्रेटर स्पेशलिस्ट इन दैट फील्ड। प्लीज कम।
Thank you, Commander. I'll just quickly take over from Commander on our presentation, the technical side. Let me quickly introduce the early warning system. What is early warning system? As per the technologies, what we have seen in the last past 2 sessions, we saw mostly all the delegates, all the panelists here, they showcased on the early detection of the alarm systems. Early detection of cyclones, earthquake, and flood monitoring, flash floods. These are all detected using state-of-the-art sensors. And what do we do about the data? What we get from these sensors? Okay. The only thing is what we can see is we can use this data, and this early warning can be disseminated towards the last mile connected persons. We are the experts of supply of early warning alerts sirens. We represent a company called Federal Signals USA, who are in this business for about 100 years, and they manufacture sirens, various types. Types of sirens what they manufacture is of two types, modular speaker array type and directional speakers. One of the main advantages of this modular siren speakers is 360-degree omnidirectional speakers, and they are very innovative sirens capable of producing high-intensity warning signals over a wide range of areas. These are some features of MSA sirens: multiple tones and public address, excellent frequency response, produces about 106 to 121 dB at 100 feet, and optimum range of nearly 3 kilometers it can cover. And it has got a ultimate speech quality for about 1.5 kilometers. These directional speakers are mainly installed to address particular areas, where by installing this kind of speakers, we can target a particular locality, avoiding places like hospitals and other areas. And these type of sirens we have already installed in Ramjula, Lakshmanjula, on the downstream of Teri Dam. Similar to omnidirectional speakers, these are also very efficient with the angle of 70-degree dispersion of audio signals, frequency response of 200 to 2000 Hertz with the output of nearly 121 dB. This ultra-wide controller in siren, this is the CPU of the siren. Each siren location is controlled by this CPU. Coming to the main heart of the system is the commander software. The commander software is a graphical user interface used to activate sirens and monitor siren status. It is a fully two-way monitoring software, easy to use interface, utilizes all local RF, landline and IP connections to the various devices. It can directly interface with smart message services and software. You can see from the slide, we can show the entire site wherein the sirens are installed with the graphical visualization, and it will report the faults back on the screens depending on the color combinations. This is the main activation hotkeys, I would say. These are programmable, user programmable up to nearly 30 to 40 messages. 30 to 40 individual voice pre-recorded messages can be installed in this and can be activated from the main panel. Location can be segregated in zone wise. We can raise any alarms in that particular zone. This is the system architect, typical system architect of the system what we installed in downstream of Teri Dam, where the command central, the server and these central control units are located in the control room, and the communication between the control station and the modular sirens are through the various means. Like we were discussing about power redundancy. Even communication redundancy can be achieved by cellular VSAT system, by modem GSM network, and LAN connectivity, hardwired, and the radio networks as well. So we have two communications. It will take over automatically. So that will be the system will be available during emergency for 100% availability. We need power redundancy as well as the communication redundancy. power redundancy, it can be achieved like the system can be powered through the mains power supply and through the battery which is charged by solar panel. The other day we can have a third backup through this methanol cell fuel which can charge the batteries in case of there is a power outage from the main supply and the solar, if there is no sun throughout the day. This is the new technology what Federal Signal has achieved. It's a cloud-based control for warning system. Normally what happens in the control room, designated person has to come to the control room to activate the siren in case of emergency. With this system, the cloud-based system, the person designated can access the control through any PC which is connected to the internet, and is then connected through mobile network, mobile phone also with the help of an app. Main features of this cloud-based control for warning system is it is very user-friendly and simple to set up, always up to date, and connects to your on-premise commander control seamlessly. Freedom from desktop. Access your system from any computer connected to the internet. Then coming to the mobile application. It's an app which you can download from iOS and Android. This is a web-based console with the mobile responsive GUI, wherein we can activate the siren to your mobile itself with the app. Then security, of course, you will see the security can be achieved in many ways in terms of authorization. That depends upon our configuration. And this system can be linked to weather as well as all command one LE system, which is the command software, will have access to activate siren based on weather based polygon. Like it can be integrated with the AccuWeather from the internet to bring out automated or prompted activation of sirens based on any weather events. Then auto sync hotkeys. The hotkeys will be automatically synced to the mobile app in case of activation required from any mobile. Then another feature is the messaging. It adds the ability to quickly connect to multiple employees and the first responder via email, SMS, and voice. Creates on the fly messages or templates to streamline your workflow. Then coming to the scalability of the system, Commander software platform is scalable from a few devices to hundreds of devices. It leverages a global network of data centers to maintain availability while securing your data. And coming to the system capabilities, it takes signal inputs from various early warning sensors like coming from earthquake warning system, tsunami warning system, weather monitoring system, and water level monitoring system, and landslide monitoring system. Sound mapping is one thing which is very much important when it comes to designing of the siren system network. We do this complete coverage, sound coverage of the siren system, wherein we can ascertain how many sirens are required. These are some actual images of the systems installed by Solas Marine in the downstream of Tehri Dam. See, Devprayag, these are the directional speakers we have installed in Devprayag, Ramjhula. Then these are the omnidirectional speakers we have installed in Koteshwar Temple, Bayasi, And these are some siren systems we installed in Qatar for one of the oil refineries. So there are multiple uses of our siren systems. And I thank you to all for giving us the platform to showcase Solar Marine Services. Thank you.
Any questions from audience? We have 3.5 minutes for the questions.
I would like to call upon Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh, who is from EVA Infocom. We'll be talking on emergency early warning system and mass evacuation system.
I request honorable speakers, you please be concise and finish this session before 1:30 because Chief Secretary will be arrive and our this valedictory section will be begun immediately. Thank you very much.
First of all, good afternoon, friends. First of all, I would like to thank USDMA for giving me opportunity to present my case here in this prestigious conclave. Moreover, I am also thankful to the previous speakers who have shared their valuable insights and solutions to us and made us more aware about the disaster management technologies that we can use for our purpose. So what is Genesis, who we are? So we are a critical communications company. So first I would like to discuss about the entire value chain of disaster management system. So as per me, there are three components of disaster management system. The first component is sensing the disaster. So where you require the technologies that are associated with sensing whatever is the disaster, whether it is a natural disaster, whether it is man-made disaster, then analyzing it to the data into a useful information that is going to be relayed to those people who are going to be affected by that particular natural or man-made disaster. Now comes the second part of the value chain, that is relaying information to the last person who is going to be affected by that disaster. Now there is third component also. What if you have alerted the people who are going to be affected by this disaster, but few people are left out. They are stranded in the middle. You need to evacuate them. So this completes the entire value chain of disaster management. And I'm glad to see that whatever the technologies we deploy, but we must applaud the efforts of our disaster management professionals, because those are the last people who are on the site and helping out the victims who are stuck in that particular disaster. So Turkey is the recent case where NDRF has done an excellent job and whole world is appreciating that what they did there. But I would like to confine my discussion on second and third part of the value chain, that is mass communication of that disaster to the last affected person, and third part is evacuation plan. That what is the evacuation management system which we can adopt to take out those people who are stuck there. So we are a critical communication company. We are the only critical communication platform that unifies software and hardware both. So you have best thing of both worlds. So you can have SMS alerts, voice calls, emails, mobile application, and other audible notifications through acoustic speaker system with industry-leading vocal clarity and area coverage that provides full evacuation portal for the command center and public. So it's a very easy to use software. With a little training, anybody can use it. He can configure it as per the requirement, and he can go ahead. So the first component, that is the acoustic alert system, because nothing can stop sound. Sound wave can travel everywhere. So no power is needed once you have ensured that the device which is producing that sound gets enough power. So we have integrated speaker system, sirens, and software notification experience. API of that particular software. We can integrate with that. Then we have acoustic system. In acoustic devices, we have 360-degree speaker system, and we have traveler station to transmit the information to those people who have just arrived at that particular location. And self-broadcasting we have discussed a lot, so we can integrate with that. So this is the overview of our speaker tower that is connected to the satellite link. The good thing is that you need not to give any external power to that. It has its own AC power system, solar panel. So with the solar panel and with the energy that has been stored in the battery, even if there is cloud, there is no sun, for 3 days it can run. Then we have a battery backup. So we have fully integrated communications too. So it's the only unified multi-channel critical communication platform that delivers cloud-based geo-targeted alerts to multiple modalities as industry-leading sirens and speaker systems. So Genesis long-range audible devices speaker system, that is we call it LRAD, features the mass notification of industry's highest speech intelligibility and rating, and area coverage also. We give a fair wide area coverage where you can transmit the intent information without any distortion. It's an IP-based system with more activation and control options. Its solar part I have already discussed. It can run for 3 days on its own battery. So non-reliant on external power and communication infrastructure. So there are multiple networking and network hosting options, multi-tenant cloud, then dedicated cloud, open premise. So for manufacturing plants, you can install these systems. You can connect it to your access control system. If somebody tries to breach the security, automatically an alarm will go on. And if there is some gas leak in the plant or any other hazard in the plant, it can be activated on the platform. So this is the generic overview of our GEM platform, that is a Genesis Emergency Management Platform. So we provide enough workstation security. Instantly you can send the alert from your desktop on a push of a button. So initiate live safety de-escalation protocols. Guard mode allows you for incident specific alerts. So this is the architecture where on the left side you can see we follow open standards, so any third party application can be integrated with our platform once you get the API of that particular platform. Access control, I have already discussed that if there is a breach in security, so that's why a lot of army, police and industries also, they install this platform. Then fire systems, gunshot detection. So basically incident of gunshots are very common in USA. So this, we have a facility to detect the gunshots, and in case of an emergency, we can notify the intended person who are affected by that particular incident. Then CCTV, motion trouble, then process control parameters. This is very important. You have various type of process sensors, whether it is temperature, pressure or gas detection sensors. So we can accept analog as well as digital output of those devices, and accordingly we can generate the alarm. On a standard feature on output side, you have SMS, voice call, email, mobile application, desktop alert, fax, paging. Unified integrations are possible on audible devices, which it's company owned, then LAN mobile radio, stroke, social media, CAP, then displays, then iPods, then fire panels. Even broadcast is possible on our system. So this is a Genesis mapping. We can map the particular area, we can all ESRI customer maps are available and updated on real time. Live traffic and weather information is there. View contact points are there. So we have IP enabled hardware devices. So LRAD Genesis systems broadcast warning sirens and voice messages as well as mobile alerts. So these are IP enabled. Mass notification industries, this has highest speech intelligibility rating. So IP based with industry leading activation and control features. These are solar power, so you don't need to have an external power. So these are our few models. Activation software, we have a fairly warning system where command and control software can be remotely activated to distribute the alert and messages to the thousands of people in the targeted area. So LRAD devices and sirens can be activated, citizen SMS, voice call, mobile application, email. Even I was discussing last time with USDMA that WhatsApp we can send information through WhatsApp also. So we can target a specific area on map by drawing a polygon. So interface displays population, location and density. So we can be used to establish safety zones, warn people at risk in areas and direct evacuation efforts. So these are all mobile applications. So panic button is there on that, I'm okay button is there, publish, receive, you can receive alert. So text to keyword, easy SMS opt-in and opt-out keywords. So you can either opt-in or you can opt-out. event keywords with customizable expiration time. So what we were discussing, Ron was discussing and Saurabh was discussing. Then multilingual support, more than 100 languages. Then keyword effectiveness tracking, increased subscribers. So it's user friendly, to the point, flexible alerts, then customizable keywords. 17 languages that's on the platform and 109 languages that are translated by Google. So receiving panic alerts and location ID integration with Genesis to initiate alert actions sent to any media. Action is configurable for each person, warrant officers, police officers, social workers, government officials, security staff. So panic button platform, we have recently added this single push panic button. So QR code, quick, low cost, back to base location reporting. So scan the code, you will directly go to our platform and you'll get a message that confirm your location page. Then sends an email. This could be used for help needed situations. Locations will be sent to GEM also. Then one of the most important things that covers the third part of the value chain, that is evacuation management system with Zone software. So this is the company which we acquired around 2 years back. So Zone EMP provides a solution for agencies to build and maintain evacuation plans, increased collaboration among stakeholders, cross-agency, cross-jurisdiction involved in evacuations. This is the tool that can be used to train and exercise the personnel with built-in simulation for scenarios. You can simulate the scenarios, you can practice it. So this is a screenshot of the view. So predictive modeling, fire and flood. So fire and flood models can be simulated to understand local behavior by incorporating weather conditions, geographic data and other regional knowledge. So that's all from my side. If you have any queries, you can ask me.
Yeah, we'll have it in the last session.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra Singh Pradhan. I would like to call Mr. Hardeep Singh from Lotus Wireless Technologies. He will be speaking about a flood forecast system which was successfully implemented in NTPC project in Uttarakhand.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, due to lack of time, I'll directly come to the agenda. So, my agenda for today's discussion is I'll just discuss about the corporate profile of the Lotus Wireless and followed by the NTPC project, that early warning system project successfully implemented at NTPC. So, Lotus Wireless is incorporated at Visakhapatnam in the year 2004. So we are Make in India company having competencies in wireless technologies, embedded electronics, IT development, electrical control and automation. So we basically provide the turnkey based solution just by the simple agenda, understand the problem statement, fill the technology gap and converting the final concept into turnkey customized solution. So I'll just briefly go through the journey we went through. So 2004 Lotus Wireless was incorporated as a private limited company. In 2006 we have started working with the steel industries in remote operation of raw material handling over wireless control. We were the first Indian company to introduce the wireless system with by replacing the control cables. Then in 2006 we started work with Indian Railways. So we were the first RDSO approved company for distributed power wireless control system and remote monitoring system of Indian Railways. Then in 2011, we introduced the concept of coke oven batteries in the steel plant only. And 2015, we partnered with Fuji Electric Japan and installed smart city project in the city of Panipat. So in the year of 2020, when COVID came, so we developed our own ventilators in 3 months, and we are proudly say that we have given more than 2,500 ventilators in that COVID period for the critical ICU requirements. We are Government of India, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research recognized R&D organization. So these are the awards so far given to us, CIA, NEDO, and Department of Scientific and Industrial Research Recognized Center, and we are having we are ISO approved company and having CMMI level 3 and having in-house data center with TIA 942B. So we are into the right now cross industry segments, utilities, health, government sector, transport, public safety, Indian Railways, then in the manufacturing sector, energy, steel, mining, cement, and we are working with defense also in Indian Navy and Air Force. So now we switch to the second topic, which is flood warning system, which is successfully implemented at NTPC Tapovan Hydroelectric Power Project near Joshimath, Uttarakhand. So I'll start with the basic introduction. What is flood warning system? So it basically generates and disseminates timely and meaningful information of the possible extreme floods, events or disasters. So what is the purpose? To reduce the risk of possibility of harm, loss or risk. What it does, what the software does, it predicts the scale, timing, location and likely damages of impending flood. So we are having the basically 4 components of flood warning system. One is the monitoring component, where we have the real-time data from the sensor stations. Then second is the assessment model, which we have discussed previously also, flow modeling, rainfall modeling and all. And third one is the information dissemination in the form of siren, PA system, SMS, email, voice alert. And last one is the community response. So these are the main 4 components in the flood warning system. So here, as you can see that in the flood warning system, this is the communication architecture. So we have installed total 6 sensor stations across Dhauliganga, Rishiganga and Alaknanda. So the maximum distance of that sensor station from the Tapovan barrage is 30 km and the minimum is 6 km. So all the data is communicated to the Tapovan barrage on real-time basis, and the backup center is installed at the disaster recovery room at Joshimath office, and one monitoring station is there at the powerhouse. So because powerhouse is underground, so evacuation is necessary. So real-time monitoring of the sensors are very important. So in the sensor stations, we have basically taken 2 main components. One is the flow sensor. So flow sensors are 2 numbers basically for redundancy purpose with tilt meters, and one is the level sensor. So real-time monitoring of data is being done through the VSAT and the GSM GPRS communication. So we are giving the redundant system with the dual communication option. And for the power supply, we have given the solar supply system with 14 days backup. So these are the sensor station images installed at the various sites across the Alaknanda, Dhauliganga rivers. And these are the basically equipment installed inside the control panel. So the flow and velocity sensor are installed over the bridge. So since somewhere bridges facilities are available, and we are able to install that sensor, flow and velocity sensor with tilt meter, but at some locations bridges facilities are not there. So we have installed the sensors with the cantilever based system. So because we need the good distance to generate the lead time, so that is why we have installed the sensors in the cantilever. So this is the command and control center we have installed at the Tapovan barrage. So command and control center consists of the complete server platform having dual redundant servers with firewall, with cyber security enabled, and for operator and installed at Tapovan barrage. Since Tapovan barrage do not have the space available existing control room, so we have given the FRP enclosure, complete enclosure from our end. So these are the, and this is the another image of command and control center. So this is the data recovery, disaster recovery center, which is the exact replica of the command and control center, having redundant servers, firewall, operator workstations, and for communication VSET and GPRS is there, for dissemination Hooter is there. So at the monitoring station, which is installed underground inside the powerhouse, so we have the dissemination system installed with the operator workstation for monitoring only. So in case of any disaster or flood occurs, real-time monitoring, real-time dissemination of information takes place underground, so that accordingly evacuation can take place on timely manner. So our flood warning system is a very robust system in the way that FWS software is having the following features. One is the data acquisition, so where you get the real-time monitoring of velocity and flow parameters. Then the main thing is we won't be able to see the system every time when it is running. So the self-diagnostic feature of the system is very important for the healthiness. So this system has a feature that it can check its own healthiness by the power supply monitoring and communication and security system, and it generates alarms in case of abnormality. So at the sensor stations and at the barrage control room, we have given the safety and security, where we have given fire and suppression system, CCTV system, intrusion detection system. And as we have discussed earlier in the earlier platform, we have given the flow modeling based on the digital elevation model and the real-time velocity and flow parameters. Again, HMI is there, which are installed in the workstations. So it gives a user-friendly interface to monitor the parameters of the entire system. Now for the dissemination, the main important part is unified mass alert notification system. The system has an inbuilt feature of unified mass notification in the form of SMS, in the form of email, in the form of text-to-speech, radio, loudspeakers. So other things can also be customized based on the requirements. Sirens also are there. So the one more important thing is historical storage and retrieval system. So when a system is installed and we use the system throughout the years, so analysis of data is very important for the flow modeling and all. So this system has the feature of historical data and retrieval system whenever the data is required for the analysis, and it has an artificial intelligence and machine learning feature inbuilt in the system. Accordingly give the warning and automatically give the warning for the time of arrival and of the flood. So this is the glimpse of the reference project which we have installed at NTPC. So as you can see, this is the 1D map. At the 1D map, you can see the various sensor stations with velocity and level, which gives the real-time monitoring of the system. So at the left-hand side, if you can see at the Tapovan barrage powerhouse, we have analyzed the time of arrival of the flood and the discharge. So we calculate the discharge with the dam modeling, and we calculate the time of arrival and level. In the same way, powerhouse, time of arrival and discharge is calculated. So as I can say, as I have said that this system is having a self-diagnostic feature. So the system, all the components installed are active components. Active components means we are able to analyze their health also. So if the system is not working, it gives the alarm in the form of SMS, in the form of email. So whatever is required, that is fully customizable. So as you can see that we get the battery percentages also depends upon the requirement, because these sensor stations are unmanned, are far away. So we need to have such system that nobody has required to look at the system whenever it is running. So whenever any fault or any false alarm occurs, the system should tell itself that that is a problem, you need to attend this. So for that we have taken the active components where we will be able to check the status of the devices online. So this is the image of the command and control center where we have installed servers, firewall, and again the DMZ servers, CCTV camera is there, controller, and for the communication VSAT and GPRS communication is there. So all these are active components. We'll be able to check its healthiness also whenever time is there. So this is the flow modeling that has been implemented. So these are the basically image of all the sensor stations where we can monitor the battery health, inverter health, and the tilt sensor alarms in the form of if communication break is there, it generates the alarm. So these are the images of the sensor stations that we have installed. This is the single sensor station screen where we get the battery percentages, we'll get the river profile also with the help of flow modeling, and solar panel status also, real time velocity and discharge of the sensors. This is the network status. Next is the PA alert system. Again the dissemination process, SCADA is given. So if in case of any event occurred, it gives the event alarm also. Pop-up window generates and the event occurs. So if you need to disseminate that event in the form of SMS or something, that feature is also there in the system. You can just check in the SMS and the system is done. And BHMS health status you can check. Detailed log we can check. Live log report we can check. Then if the system is putting in operation or maintenance to avoid the false alarms and all, so we can have a log of the operation and maintenance of the systems. So this is the flow modeling, 1D model of the flow modeling that has been done, and this is the model status we are having it. Thank you so much for the time, and I especially thank USDMA for this opportunity and for this conclave, and we have met with so many experts, and if we can collaborate together for the pain areas, for the problem statements we are having in India, so we can do much better. So let's make a collaboration. And for all the technical queries, my expert Mr. Suman Basak, who has installed the system on the ground, is there with me. So I'll be happy to call him on the stage. So whenever the query session arises. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I would like to call upon Mr. BP Vishwanathan, who is from CMS. He will be talking on early warning and disaster management system.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for giving an opportunity to present our solution here in this forum. We have developed this solution for SDMA. Till now, what we saw is the industry experts, they have presented the unique case for this specific domain. Our solution is collaborating all these solutions and empowering the SDMA to take during that disaster situation how the action should be initiated and monitoring that action, how it can be early through this early warning solution, how we can alert the people in advance. And this our solution is divided into 4 sections. One is early warning. This is a complete automated solution. The second one is situation manager, where we can view the alerts and action based on the action taker and the ground what is the action has been taken based on that alert, how the situation is going on. Then third is workforce. The workforce will be getting these alerts through their workforce app. They are the one who takes the action and report back to the situation manager based on the actual situation at ground. whether they are able to have the sufficient resources to handle that situation, or they need additional resources from the State Emergency Operating Center. See, we are being the MSI. It is not only the technology partner. We have developed. We have established the EOCs at 126 location at Kerala, and another 126 locations we put our sirens video CCTVs to monitor that situation during that event. So directly I'll move on to the solution what we developed for this. With your permission, I have made a short video. If I can play that, it covers the entire solution. Is that okay? This is the overview of our architecture. It is built on 3 layers. One is platform level and the application layer, level, and the client application where the user will interact with the solution. These are the multiple sources integrated to the platform and to provide the precise information to the respected geolocation. We have multiple sources have been integrated, multiple dissemination options have been enabled here through mass notification, through TTS, through sirens. All these things are enabled here. I'll move on to the next slides where I'll present each use case. Here there are 4 user roles where early warning operator completely monitors the automated solution. The situation operator is the one who monitors the situation based on the action initiated and action taken on the ground. Workforce is the one who takes the action based on the information received from the situation operator or early warning. Citizen is the common portal. Anybody can go and log in, view the current situation. They can raise incidents and all incident based on their current situation over there. This is early warning application. We have collaborated multiple sources. You can see that one is this is built on 3 sections. One is forecast, and the one is actual weather. Rest of them are situational basis. And these alerts comes from the situational based alerts come. Some of them are derived from the based on the data what we collaborating. Some of them comes from the external agencies, and these are integrated through API services. This is forecast. In the forecast, we are integrated 5 different sources to predict the weather situation for based on the source information. IBM provides for next 15 days, whereas TimeMate provides 7 days. Some of the IMD sources provides 10 days and 3 days. Based on that, the alerts will be triggered. Forecast alerts will be triggered, and SDMA will get the SDMA will have the chance to review and take the appropriate action in advance. Similarly, we have all the 4 different type of weathers. That is the temperature, wind, temperature, and humidity. These alerts have been triggered based on the standard threshold triggered built in the system, and that will be fusion to the map based to the last mile connectivity. It is to the village boundary level. You can see here humidity. Based on the humidity changes, the color displays fusion to the respective district administrative boundary. This actual weather, we are integrated actual weather IMD sources based on the stations available in the state of Kerala, and similarly there is a private entity. They are also certain stations. We collaborated all these things, built the actual weather model over there. This is one of the example flood model, flood alert generated based on the sources, and this is simulated data. You can see that one is the river company where the alerts have been triggered. Here multiple sources have been used. 2 actual sensors and CWC data is also used. Now moving on to the drought. The drought is built based on the historical data and current average data what we receive on a weekly basis. And this is especially during the cultivation season, how to derive the drought and scheme. And this is for earthquake. We are tied up with the NCS, NSC. They have given the API service. Based on their input, we will input if there is an impact on our geolocation. Alerts will be triggered and sent to the respective location. Similarly, for lightning and thunderstorm, we have external agencies to provide this data, and this will be based on that data inputs. Alerts will be triggered for the respective geolocation. And this is one of the examples how the alerts will come and sit in the dashboard. We can see what is how many alerts are there, each specific use case, and then what is the current status of it. And this is the approval role. As I said, it has been divided into 3 sections. The early warning section, where experts will review those alerts, auto-generated alerts, and then they will approve. Then it will come to the situation manager to dispatch the workforce to avoid any false alarms and other. Okay, this is one of analytics what we built. This analytics, we have multiple sources. If somebody wants to, that meteorologist wants to compare with two different sources based on the forecast, based on the actual, or actual versus actual, forecast versus forecast, that can be done. The next section is situation manager. Once the alerts have been approved, here it comes to situation manager, where the situation manager monitors through CCTV installed in that location. Otherwise, you can connect with the workforce app, where you can communicate and resolve the issues at ground level. Additionally, what we enabled is we have enabled all the assets available to view and take the resolve the current situation. We have the hospital information, we have the shelter information, we have the fire brigade information, all these things are police and any critical resources. All these things have been collaborated and put it into place. This is the level, this is the steps to execute the situation, and this situation can be used where the alert has been generated on the map, and what kind of alert. If the alert particular districts has more than 25% of their village is affected, then the entire district will be shown as red, then orange, based on the threshold what it is defined. And once alert is generated, we can go to the particular village and click on the map. You will get the information about that, what kind of alert and where which is the source is given that alert and what is the threshold of that particular. And similarly, we can monitor through CCTV also. And these are the some roles defined to take the action. Once it dispatched to workforce and what is the pending events, whether it has been closed. If it is, this is to monitor the KPI and GAR. Workforce, next section is workforce. This is an app developed for the workforce where once the alert is triggered, it will dispatch to the respective geolocation workforce. It is with the first officer from the government where allow this mobile and it will be part of this solution. And this workforce will get the SOPs, geolocation and QoS available and what is the action. From here, they can take the field picture and report back to the situation manager for additional help required or if there is any things behind his control. This is citizen web portal where this project is named as Kaucham. It is a shield. Okay. It is completely empowered SDMA to take complete decision based on multiple sources, multiple weather sources, or best technology available in this category to collaborate and fuse to their geolocation. Here you can see what is the situation over there. Anybody can log in. This is a normal public portal, and they can view what is the warnings. What is the do's and don'ts, and they can raise an incident and track an incident during the such event. Emergency resources available, volunteer list they can get, and they can reach. It will be there with their contact numbers and all. And this is the dashboard, how many alerts have been generated, how many have been approved, attended, and it is a summary to the state officer to get collaborated information in single dashboard. Thank you, and thank you for giving an opportunities. And the short time I have presented what best I did. Basically, this solution is built to empower the SDMA. Yes.
The exponential rise in the total number of natural disasters due to climate change has become inevitable. In today's volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous world, it's important more than ever to stay ahead of potential impacts, especially in densely populated areas. As a result, the emergency management agencies must increase their planning capacity and response agility to minimize the impact in their communities. That's why disaster management authorities are in dire need of early warning software like the one we offer here at Trinity. The functions that are carried out during a disaster for city or state administrators and decision makers. It helps them to plan and execute suitable responses intelligently and efficiently. The Disaster Management Digital Platform serves as a foundation for authorities to build integrated command and control centers that provides a 360-degree situational awareness life cycle covering preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. The architecture is modular and showcases the various components that are required for the end-to-end disaster management flow. With this architecture, we offer a holistic and a specialized approach to help solve city problems, meet unique goals, and achieve desired outcomes. Our software uses advanced algorithms to analyze data from multiple sources, identifying potential issues before they become critical. ICCC Early Warning System is a decision support system. The Early Warning module helps the operator to analyze different disaster types such as forecasted and actual weather, flood, drought, earthquake, lightning and thunder, cyclone, tsunami, and ocean state. Forecasted and actual weather. The weather forecast capability enables the operator to visualize the data from multiple sources on different weather types like rainfall, wind speed, temperature, humidity, etc. For the actual weather capabilities, the operator enables the live data visualization of wind speed, temperature, humidity, and rainfall from different weather stations. Flood. Whenever there is a forecasted flood alert, our state-of-the-art flood analysis capability helps in visualizing the impacted area covering the basins, sub-basins, and the river flow. The operator can highlight the population zones apart from the system-defined areas along with ocean states for reducing risk. It will also help the operator to visualize the forecast and actual weather data from different sources. The operator can quickly make a decision on approving the alarms, converting them into incidents, and executing SOPs. Drought. The operator can declare the drought situation in advance based on the rainfall deficit during the farming seasons. They can also view the drought situation across the state and bring advanced visualization capabilities on the GIS layers. Lightning and thunder. Advanced notifications regarding severe weather moving to an identified area like a village or township will be provided to the operator. Dangerous thunderstorm alert is detected by the lightning sources indicating high winds, heavy rains, and potential lightning updated based on the intent and actual data. Will be dispatching the incident.
This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have received instructions on how to respond to the emergency.
To the situation operator to monitor
Thank you everyone for such wonderful presentations. And now I will request Mohammad Abdullah Ansari Sir, Joint Chief Executive Officer from USDMA, to present memento, a token of appreciation to our respected chairperson, Mr. Mahesh Devadika Sir. Now I request Mr. Amit Sharma, System Expert from USDMA, to present the memento to respected co-chairperson Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh Sir. I request Mr. Rakesh Khankriyal, Senior Administrative Officer from USDMA, to present the memento to Mr. Hardeep Singh, Sir. Moving on, I request Dr. Pooja Rana Kundra, planner from USDMA Dehradun, to present the memento to Mr. VP Vishwanath sir. Thank you everyone. Now I hand over the stage to Dr. Ruchika Tandon, Senior Geologist from ULMMC Uttarakhand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our respected Chief Secretary is about to come, so we are just waiting. You must have to be comfortable on your seats, and we are just waiting. Within few minutes, he will be arriving here.
I would like to conclude the last session. We had all four panelists here who spoke about their respective domain and mainly spoke about the early warning systems and the software-based early warning systems. And I would like to thank all our panelists who has contributed the valuable time and all the information provided by them is obviously very much valuable. And if there is any question towards us, please contact us individually. We are here. You can ask if there is any questions to any of the panelists.
Hello. Actually, I would like to ask from Lotus one question. You have already installed
के बाद आपने 2 वेलोसिटी सेंसर लगाया, एक जगह 2 वाटर लेवल सेंसर लगाया, 14 दिन के बैकअप के लिए एक लंबा चौड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म लगाया है. तो डू यू थिंक दैट दिस इज नॉट द वेस्टेज ऑफ मनी, गवर्नमेंट मनी?
सर सी अगेन हमने USDMA की फर्स्ट डे की कंक्लेव में यही डिस्कस किया था कि वी इन्वेस्ट समथिंग वी कैन हार्नेस एक्स वैल्यू, मिलियन वैल्यू में हम कर रहे हैं. तो दिस इज नॉट द वेस्टेज, बिकॉज जब डिजास्टर आता है तो मैन पावर की जो डेथ से ऊपर सर कुछ भी नहीं है. एंड सेकेंड थिंग इज कि वेलोसिटी डबल क्यों ली गई है, बिकॉज ऑफ द रिडंडेंसी और एक्यूरेसी. सर फॉल्स अलार्म जनरेट ना हो, दैट इज द रीजन सर वेलोसिटी और लेवल को डबल करवाया गया, बिकॉज दैट वर अनमैन्ड स्टेशन 30 किलोमीटर.
आपने उसमें वैलिडेशन करवाया कि आपका डाटा सही है गलत?
सर हमने डेम मॉडलिंग कराई है. इनफैक्ट वी आर वर्किंग विद वन ऑफ द प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूट IIT फॉर दैट मॉडलिंग, और वहाँ पे हमने रिवर प्रोफाइल एंड ऑल प्रॉपर कैलकुलेट करके वी आर डूइंग दैट वैलिडेशन.
I am talking about the water level and discharge. What you are measuring, is it validated from any agency or not?
I'll have to check this thing. I'll have to
No.
check.
No.
I'll have to
I know that thing.
Actually, sir, for redundancy, normally CMR is preferred for critical effect.
No. Then you think that whatever the CWC installed and all over India, single water level sensor at every location, is it not working well?
It is working well, but for critical applications, you need 3 sensors. We call it triple modular redundant. Nuclear application for 1.
जब वहाँ का स्टेशन ही पास आउट हो जाएगा, आप ट्रिपल लगाएं, 2 लगाएं, 5 लगाएं. सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. जब वो जोशीमठ का तपोवन बैराज ही पास आउट हो जाएगा, सपोज नहीं आपने ये नोना बोला ना कि डबल रखा है मैंने, एक तपोवन में एक जोशीमठ में, कि अगर एक तपोवन वास आउट हो जाता है तो जोशीमठ में डाटा रहेगा. आज के डेट में दिस इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. ओके, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग द व्हाट एवर यू इंस्टॉल दैट इज ओके. ठीक है, ओके,
थैंक यू सर.
I requested you all to give a huge round of applause as welcome to our honorable and respectful Chief Secretary Sir, Dr. S.S. Sandhu Sir. Please be seated. May I call on stage Shri Girish Chandra Joshi ji and Shri Tanjeem Ali Sir. So as you know, we have just ended up with our technical session. Now it is time for valedictory function. So good afternoon everyone. Once again, I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the valedictory session of International Conclave on the use of advanced technology in disaster management. जैसा कि आप सबको विदित है
कि यदि किसी कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत हुई है तो उसकी समाप्ति भी निश्चित है। यह एक ऐसा क्षण है जिसमें हम सभी एक मिलीजुली भावनाओं के साथ ओतप्रोत रहते हैं, जहां एक और हम खुश होते हैं कि हमने इस कार्यक्रम को सुचारू रूप से और सबने अच्छी तरह से प्रतिभाग लेकर प्रारंभ से अंत तक इस कार्यक्रम को समाप्त किया। वहीं दूसरी ओर मन में एक खटक सी भी होती है कि कब भविष्य में आप जैसे ज्ञानियों से हमें ज्ञान लेने का अवसर मिलेगा, परंतु यह समय का चक्र है, यह किसी के लिए नहीं रुकता। तो इसी समय के चक्र के प्रभाव में अब मैं मंच पे सबसे पहले आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी कार्यक्रम के सेनापति डॉक्टर गिरीश चंद्र जोशी जी को, और उनसे निवेदन करूँगी कि वह पूरे कार्यक्रम को अपने विचारों में अभिव्यक्त करें।
Thank you, Ruchika. धन्यवाद. Thank you, all of you. First of all, sir, I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Secretary, sir, for attending this valedictory session, and our Secretary, sir, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sinha, sir, our ACO, sir, Savin Bansal, our Additional Secretary, Anand Srivastav, sir, and Tanjeem Ali, sir, and JCO, sir. Sir, I am just brief out of what we have done in the 2 days regarding this conclave. Sir, this conclave was basically the international conclave on the use of advanced technologies. It was designed mainly for the latest research and technologies which are presently using in the disaster management, and what are the futuristic approach in the near future using the advanced technologies. So we have invited, sir, industries, various industries, even from the outside, from the India. Some of the experts from the outside, from the India, have also attended these sessions, and these are the solution provider. One of the best solution providers are come in this session, conclave, and they have given their solutions, and they can also they have also provided some of the technologies in this forum. So, sir, for the session wise, sir, we have in the 2 days we have total 7 sessions we have organized here. First day, sir, we have the 2 parallel sessions, one in this hall and another is another hall, sir. And the first session is regarding the forecasting and the early warning. Then forecasting and early warning and monitoring, sir, we have 3 sessions. First is the hydrometeorological forecasting. And the hydrometeorological forecasting and monitoring, sir, the main presentation from the Ministry of Earth Sciences. This is the National Center for the Medium Range Weather Forecasting. They are working on the numerical weather prediction models. So they have presented and what we require in the near future so that we can give the better flood forecasting. The IMD has presented, sir, the Dr. K.S. Hoslikar from the IMD Pune, and they have described the weather forecasting services from the IMD. So what kind of services they are providing in the Uttarakhand and the other hilly states for this region. Another very important presentation, sir, this is for the cloud burst and lightning basically. So the V. Gopalakrishnan has presented this thing, and they have presented on the lightning monitoring and how can the alert decimation can be possible. Last presentation, another presentation is by the AVM GP Sharma, is from the SkyMet Weather Service. So SkyMet is one of the leading services in India, sir, at present. They are a private agency, but they are giving the very good forecasting and early warnings in the different parts. Kerala is one of the states who are using the direct services of SkyMet at presently, the Kerala government. One industry, another is, sir, this is the tomorrow.io. They are the futuristic approach for the early warning, and the satellite and the ground radar based technology they have described here, and I think that this is the future of a near future of this our early warning and forecasting. So this is a very well applauded presentation in this session. The second, sir, the landslide monitoring and early warning. This was also held in the same hall, and ISRO, IIRS, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dr. Sovan Chatraj has presented this thing. They have basically giving the presentation on the landslide numerical simulation and landslide models, how these models can be useful and how the numerical these modelings and simulation can be useful for the forecasting of the landslides. Second presentation is from the Amrita University, and the Amrita University has given how the landslide early warning they are deployed in the different part of the India, and they have also proposed in the Uttarakhand. So we are very soon going further one MOU with the Amrita University regarding the landslide early warning. The last presentation by the industry side, sir, is the MeTech organization from Gurgaon. They are working on the laser scanning of the integrated weather monitoring. This is a very good solution for the some of the important landslide like recently the Chamoli, Josimat, and another is at the Balianala. So this is the very important these two sites where we can deploy this kind of the system and laser can be detect these kind of the early warnings also. The last session of this is the high mountain hazard forecasting. This is basically on the avalanche and the globes. Dr. Kalachan Singh from Ibadia Institute Director, they have presented this thing and they have discussed on the AI and machine learning based initiatives what they are doing on the glacier hazard and the landslide. Second presentation from the Mr. Vinay Babu from the Hexagon, and they have given very wonderful presentation of the integrated technological approach, how the different methods can be integrated in the one platform and then we can forecast or we can predict some of the avalanches and the glove also. Third presentation is some innovative approach by one of the company from the Europe side, sir, Comunidad. And this is for the alternative rainfall monitoring sensors using the satellite dish terminals and the attenuation methodology. So this is the new thing, sir, but for the remote areas very useful because we have lots of dish antennas nowadays people are using. So we can put some sensors in these dish antennas and the fluctuations in the clouds can be also monitored and then we can detect how much rainfall can be predicted within an hour or so. So this is another presentation, sir. And there's a parallel session in the another hall. This was the disaster emergency management system. So where we have discussed the decision support systems and the IRS and GIS part. Colonel Sanjay Srivastava, sir, is the very known person in the lightning and presently named as the one of the lightning man of the India. So he was presented also in this session, I think. So he has presented the capacity building, lightning forecast and the safer zone. So very good presentation he has given in the another hall. Mr. Vishwanathan has from the CMS, they have given the end-to-end automation of the disaster planning. And another is the virtual emergency command center. This is very important because we are going for this new emergency operations center in USDMA building. So the VOCI from the USA, so they have presented this thing, sir, the virtual emergency command center, and this is the fully digital kind of the digital and the virtual emergency command center, how it can be operated from the different locations. So this presentation was given on this. And another presentation on the GIS and ICC platform by the Yogesh Kimoti from the Sai Defense Academy, Sai Defense Systems. And the last presentation is on this, the Satpala, and they are working on the near real-time monitoring based on the satellite using the AI and ML and the GIS technique. So it was given on the another session. Last presentation on, sir, the GIS solution by the ISRI people. So most of the systems nowadays are using the ISRI platform, so they are presented there. Another important presentation on the IRS is the incident response system. So very soon, sir, we are going to procure this kind of the incident response system in the Uttarakhand also. So this is one of the presentation on this. And the GIS and remote sensing part, sir, Dr. Harish Karnatak from the ISRO has presented the briefly about the DBMS, DSS and the open source GIS, how the satellite data and the open source GIS can be used for the different disaster risk management. Sushil Gupta has been present from the RMSI, sir, regarding the advanced remote sensing techniques and impact forecasting on the hydrometeorological forecast. And they have also discussed about the hybrid mobile applications so that this GIS integration can be possible by any of the places. The one another important presentation on the, sir, using the LIDAR and the urban spatial digital twin flood mapping. This was by the Dr. Anvit Roy from the Genesis International Corporation. This is the one of the renowned company on this LIDAR and other kind of the surveys. They are working on the railways and the highways and the many of these kind of the surveys. They are already doing it. And the last presentation in this the indigenous GIS platform by the IGI solution, and this is the functionality of the usage of the GIS platform, how it can be used in the different operations. So this was presented here, sir. And today, sir, we have the two sessions. This is totally dedicated on the communication in the warning system. This is a very integral part of the disaster management, sir, because now presently, sir, we are using the CAP, the Common Alert Protocol. So Mr. Saurabh Basu from the CDOT has been presented about the CAP integrated alert system across the pan India and the targeted information. So how the government of India is working on the CAP. So this is one of the very ambitious project by the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and that under the 10-point Prime Minister 10-point agenda, the communication and early warning is one of the important parts. So this is a very good presentation. After that, sir, our two international partners, one from the Celtic, Dr. Ronan Daniel, he is also present in this session, sir. They have briefly described about the early warning system and their global presence, and also how they are using this system presently in the Ukraine war. So this was one of the very interesting presentation also. Another presentation by the Everbridge. They are also the leading the early warning and communication. So Mr. Manuel Cornelius from the Senior Director from the Everbridge, he has presented all in this session. And they have also shared their experience and how this public safety platform can be useful in the case of the disaster. The last presentation is from the Mr. Satish Goyal. He is from the NALCO. So they talk about the VSAT communication in the far-flung areas, and some of the part where the connectivity are very poor in the Uttarakhand. So how we can connect these people from using this connectivity. The last session, sir, before this valedictory function. This is on the automated emergency sirens. So, sir, we are using USDMA. We have already deployed downstream of the Terry Dam 8 these kind of the automated emergency sirens with the support from the TSDC. So they have presented this project here, sir. So how we are working there. Another presentation by the Mahendra Pratap Singh. He is from the Genesis, and they have talked about the evacuation management technology, advantage and capabilities and deployment. Another presentation by the Mr. Hardeep Singh, sir, because recently, sir, last year, this 2021, this after Dholi Ganga, this is one of the important steps by the Government of India also and the Ministry of the Jal Shakti. So thereafter that, the Rajya Sabha has passed the dam safety bill. So now they have deployed some of the sensors, the Dholi Ganga sensor. So they have presented their case study about the NTPC. And the last presentation by the CMS, sir. So the Kerala is using this system, the early warning multi-hazard early warning system at the Kerala, and this was a very useful presentation by some of the videos. They had deployed the 126 stations. They are deploying they are already deployed for the multi-hazard early warning and having also the command and control center. So this is the complete brief of these 2 days this conclave. So I thank you all of our delegates which come from the long way, from the India, from the abroad, and from different technical organizations, so to attend this conclave. Thank you very much, and over to Ruchika. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for summarizing the 2 days program. Now I would like to take this opportunity to request respected Dr. Ranjit Sinha, sir, to enlighten the gathering with the future direction. Sir, please.
Respected Chief Secretary, sir, Sri S.S. Sandhu, Mr. Joshi, Sanjeev Ali, all delegates. As I said, saving lives is our primary objective, and it cannot wait, whatever it takes. Sir, I have completed 1 year of my tenure as Secretary Disaster Management, and before joining this department, I never thought disaster management could be so interesting and so enriching. In 2 days, sir, I have learned so many things. I think in 2 days, it's a kind of sweeping bird's eye view of all the technologies available across the world, which can be used in disaster management. So enriching. Sir, topic of disaster management itself all encompassing, wide, so wide. Be it hydrology, geology, satellite technology, and whatnot. Everything can be part of disaster management, environment and everything. It is so enriching. In 2 days, we have got the opportunity to interact with so many learned people and so many scientists, and learned so many things about many solutions which can be used in applied in disaster management. Whenever we listen or see any presentation, we try to compare with our system available in our department and the knowledge we have. and then we try to think about how we can adopt this technology or this solution in our system, system of management, in disaster management. Be it a strengthening of our decision support system, from front end to back end to the main system. Main system we have in our department is decision support system, command and control system, and front end we have input data gathering system, be it sensor or anything, weather monitoring system, landslide, glaciers, lakes, weather, river. Then we have back end, where we have dissemination of information. First we gather inputs, then create information, then you analyze your information in your decision support system, then disseminate to the people and the stakeholders. And in 2 days, I think we have gone through all these solution available, front end, main system, and back end. Information needs to be precise, we all know. Precise not just in content, it has to be precise in space, time, and content. And precision depends on good inputs from multiple sources. And that is where even solutions available with private sector comes into play. Our public institutions are doing excellent work. They have kind of catapulted themselves. They have improved, evolved in many sense. But many areas private sectors can be of help. And that is because we need precision. And solution they have to gather information adds to that precision of data gathering, which gives us precise warning information for warning and alert system. And this early warning and alert system is incomplete unless we have system of modeling, which adds to that precision. This modeling system gives us tentative extent of disaster and damage assessment, which is not just important for alert system but also for mitigation measures. We must take differential access to technologies. This is very important in rural areas and remote areas. This differential access to technologies is very important because we must consider the differential access to technologies of people, and thereby we must use multimodal mode of dissemination of information so that everybody gets the precise information we generate. As I said, these information are not just important for warning but also for mitigation measures. Not using capacities of our institutions and available technology can be a crime if it comes to saving lives of the people. Yesterday, our Honorable Chief Minister said that solution or whatever we create for Uttarakhand, it should be not just for Uttarakhand, for whole Himalayan region. We must strive to achieve that objective. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing time for us.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to among us our most respectful Chief Secretary, Government of Uttarakhand, Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu sir, who himself have a deep interest in field of science and technology. I would request sir to please deliver the valedictory address to our gathering. Sir, please.
Mr. Ranjit Sinha, Secretary, Disaster Management, Government of Uttarakhand. Experts, scientists, practitioners, academicians connected with disaster management, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must thank the organizers to having organized this event, which is very, very relevant for a state like Uttarakhand. We are all aware Uttarakhand is a hilly state and we have one of the tallest peaks of Himalayas in this state. Apart from that, we are all aware Himalaya is the tallest mountain system, and Uttarakhand within India has the tallest peaks and most fragile part of Himalayas, which creates maximum number of disaster events in the state. It's a very natural choice for such an international event having been hosted in this state. Whether because of climate change or God knows what are the reasons, the frequency and intensity of disasters in Uttarakhand, maybe all over the world, but we know more about Uttarakhand, is increasing. Whether it's a cloudburst, whether the monsoons, they're becoming more compact and more intense and less spread out over the 3-4 months of the monsoon period. We are having more events of cloudbursts, very intense cloudbursts which were not there 10-15 years ago, which bring down along with it whole of mountain and create havoc about the villages which are on the basis of those mountains. Landslides, it has been happening, but it is becoming more frequent. I have been traveling in this state because the usual mode to save time is the helicopter ride. And when I see from above the landslides, it's not only where you have some road and road cutting. Naturally you have to cut mountain to make a road, and the roads are important. You have to make roads. There are landslides, but I see many areas, not infrequently, in higher Himalayas or in middle Himalayas, where there is no human activity. It's all around for 10-20 kilometers there is a reserve forest. And even then, there the landslides are happening and increasing without any human activity in the neighborhood. So although we have to, guard and have a very controlled response from our engineering departments who are making roads and other infrastructure facilities in the hills, but because the gravity is there, nature has made gravity, which is a necessary evil. So as long as the gravity is there, it will keep pulling whatever is there in the hills, and whatever is there in the slopes, sooner or later it gets pulled down. So you can't avoid it, you can't wish it away. So sooner the better we accept it and get prepared to meet the challenges. In 2004, I was Secretary PWD in Uttarakhand, where first time I had to tackle landslides and related disasters. First time. So I realized that this landslides is creating the biggest misery for our people in Himalayas. Last year, many people from Uttarkashi district, which is the apple belt of Uttarakhand, they came to me. They had the apple crop ripened, they harvested it, but the landslides, many of them blocked the road and they could not bring down the crop, and all the apples they got perished there and they incurred huge losses. Many areas in Uttarakhand, in Uttarkashi, Pithoragarh is a major area which is affected. and Chamoli district, they remain cut off for major part of the monsoon period because of very large number of landslides. Although we have deployed large number of machinery, JCBs and other machineries, BRO is maintaining major roads in those areas. They also keep trying. But even then, in spite of our efforts, we are not able to open those roads for months together. And in many areas, we have to use helicopter to supply essentials during monsoon and sometimes other period of the year also. The topic of this event, the use of technology, what are the latest technology? I am happy to see the advancement in the technology in disaster management. When I was talking of 2004, I talked to almost all the institutions in the country who were dealing with disaster. And in spite of my efforts for more than 1 year, I could not find much satisfactory solutions to all these things. We were using same methods which we have been using for decades and maybe centuries. But I am happy that today the technology has made not only one technology, so many technologies are advancing and they are helping in forecast of disaster, in mitigation, in management, in limiting it to the minimum possible extent, whether it's laser or satellite or remote sensing or LIDAR, and you must have discussed all these things in the last 2 days, so I won't like to go into the details. And all these things will make definitely the management of this disaster much easier. In Uttarakhand, the government is very much seized of the issue that this is one of the top priority. And we are in the process of setting up a landslide mitigation and management institute where we have already recruited the head of this institute and about 15 more people, and the recruitment is going on. I keep telling my people in disaster management that this institute must be one of the best in the world because we have highest peaks in the world, and it should not only cater to the demands of this state, they should have the capacity and capability to provide consultancy to all the other hilly states of India and also in other countries. Because if you are able to manage the mountains of Uttarakhand and India, it's easier to manage the mountains of other countries which are not as fragile and as steep as that of Himalayas, Uttarakhand part of Himalayas. I'm happy that institute is making good progress, and soon you'll be able to see the performance of this institute. And I would rather request that institute to organize such event at least once in a year, if not more frequently, in Uttarakhand, so that such events and such fora, they provide exchange of ideas to the academics, to the practitioners, to the solution providers, to the technology providers. All of you are sitting here, you interact with each other, you learn from each other, and we come out with some suggestions which are good for this state and good for this country and good for this world. I will not take much of your time because it has been very, very technical session, and I can only thank you on my personal behalf and on behalf of this state government that you spared time and you made valuable contribution to this event, and you enriched each other, and Uttarakhand will be benefited with this 2 days of discussions and deliberations. I am sure we have made some long-term commitments to each other, how to tackle. Mr. Ranjit Sinha has briefly touched upon the way forward, and I'll be, happy, and all of us rather would be happy if after a few years, when we meet again in such a seminar, we see that the disaster problem in Uttarakhand and in other parts of Himalayas, it is managed with the help of technology in a much better way as it is being done today with the help of technology. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
With your permission, can I add one more dimension to this disaster management if you permit me? 2 minutes only. It's a totally new dimension. Friends, I thought it was in me, boiling that should I ask my Chief Secretary permission to say something unique, for the disaster management. It's a real thing which happened in Japan. There was a Z-E-N in Japan. He was giving a discourse on the 20th floor in Japan, and in Japan how many these disasters happen? I think maximum. What happened? There was a earthquake. When the earthquake came, all the people who were listening to the discourse of this Jan, they ran around to the places, where they were told that they were to go. Down below, under the table, or in the open field and all that. They all went there. There were sirens all around. There was an all clear siren. Everybody came back, one by one, and sat around the Jan. One of the disciples asked him, "Sir, we all went everywhere. Why did you go and just be in a safer place?" The reply was unique. You just listen to it, do your chintan, and thereafter you will get the answer. He told, this earthquake was everywhere. Here in the city, all around, people were running around. I went to a level where there was no earthquake, no disaster, nothing was there. I remained at that level for that much time, and when I saw that all of you are coming back, I just came to myself. This is the thing, please think about it, that what is this disaster management which can be practiced in this day, Bhumi, and we'll get a new dimension altogether. So I thought I'll share with you. It's a real thing, which happened in Japan. I had read it, and I thought I'll share with you. Thank you, sir.
I'll just add one sentence to what he said. He was Zen master giving a discourse about what he mentioned, and the earthquake came, everyone escaped. So when they assembled, he was sitting in the same posture, calm, not disturbed. So when he asked the answer, I will put the same answer in different words. He answered, "You escaped outside, I escaped inside."
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Sinha, sir, to kindly present a memento to our respected Chief Secretary, sir. Vedika, please help. At last, I would like to invite Mr. Tanjeem Ali, sir, Financial Controller, USDMA, for proposing vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Secretary, sir, Honorable Secretary, Disaster Management, Dr. Ranjit Sinha sir, esteemed Additional Chief Executive Officer, Shri Savin Bansal sir, respected Additional Secretary, Disaster Management, Dr. Anand Srivastava sir, Shri Girish Joshi ji, all the respected guests, media person, and August gathering. Very good afternoon to you all. Faculty of feeling in human nature has ever been beyond description. Today, on behalf of Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority, ULMMC and UDRP, I would like to thank all those people whose support and encouragement have made this program a grand success. The valuable help, suggestions, cooperation and guidance extended to us by these people are beyond my dictionary. First of all, I express my deep sense of gratitude with reverence to Honorable Chief Secretary Sir for his sagacious guidance and encouragement throughout the program. His suggestions, immense interest and ungrudging help have always been a fountain of inspiration to all of us. We are highly indebted to him for giving his precious time. I feel privileged to record my profound gratitude to our Secretary, Dr. Ranjit Sinha sir, for his insightful guidance, immense interest, intellectual stimulation, and cooperation during the course of this program. I would like to thank Honorable Additional Chief Executive Officer Shri Savin Bansal sir, Additional Secretary Disaster Management Dr. Anand Srivastava sir for their interest, cooperation and encouragement throughout the program. My diction is not enough to express unboundable gratitude to all the respected guests and participants from India and abroad for their precious time and adding grace to the occasion. Your presence has made this conclave a truly global and impactful platform for discussing and sharing ideas, experiences and best practices on disaster management. The insights and knowledge that you have shared during the session and discussion have been truly valuable. I would like to express my thanks to all the speakers, panelists and moderators who have generously shared their expertise and experiences with us. Finally, I would like to thank the organizing team, entire staff of USDMA, ULMC, UDRP, especially Senior DRM Consultant Shri Girish Joshi, JCO Mr. Ubedul Ansari ji, Mr. Sobesh Shoeba, for their tireless effort in planning and executing this conclave. A special thanks to all the media persons for their kind presence. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this conclave. We hope that the knowledge and insights gained during this program will be helpful in our future endeavor in disaster management. We look forward to seeing you again in the future event. क्योंकि डिस्कशन काफ़ी सीरियस और इंसाइटफुल रहा है, अब आखिर में 2 लाइनों के साथ मैं अपनी बात को ख़त्म करता हूँ। लोगों को कहते सुना है अक्सर, लोगों को कहते सुना है अक्सर कि जिंदा रहेंगे तो फिर मिलेंगे, मगर इस दिल ने महसूस किया है कि मिलते रहेंगे तो जिंदा रहेंगे। इस उम्मीद के साथ कि हम जल्दी ही फिर किसी कॉन्क्लेव, किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में फिर मिलेंगे आपसे। धन्यवाद।
We believe There is no end, but always a new beginning. Until we meet again, take care and have a wonderful year ahead. Thank you, everyone. And the last round of applause for yourself, because you people have made this program successful. Last announcement, delicious food is waiting for you outside, so please proceed. Fasting. Those who have fasting, so we have different food section for them. Thank you.
Thank you.